Jerusalem and pretty much made it like, okay, guys, now this is our religion.
I disagree with the earlier statement that the norm of like worship in the Bible was only worshiping Yahweh. I think that the Bible says constantly that the Israelites continually went over to other gods and worshiped them instead of what they were supposed to be doing.
Well, right, but the background still is that Yahweh is the only reason like all these bad things were happening to Israel was because they were deviating from Yahweh worship. But really, instead of that being mainstream going through Israelite history, it was actually just tons of different, a huge variety of different gods being worshipped and religious practices being done. And then eventually, later on, it kind of all coalesced into Yahweh worship, Yahweh onlyism.
So
I
did
know.
so
I'm
did
just
did Finkelstein show how they moved from polytheism to monotheism?
Well, basically, it really
Babylonian
kind of got
captivity.
it really well before that even it really kind of seemed to get finalized during Josiah's reign when they quote unquote discovered the book of the law in the temple, aka Deuteronomy in the Deuteronomistic history, like from Joshua or from Deuteronomy to what is it, Second Kings. They discovered it.
I think one of the
that's kind of weird considering the fact that all the way from Joshua up to, well, Kings 2 and Chronicles 2, I think the Bible is very, very clear in the Old Testament that one of the main qualities of Israel is that they continually worshipped other gods. I think that's very clear in the Bible.
What's being painted, though, what the Deuteronomist history rewrites, in kind of an edit-like fashion, is that Yahweh was one Canaanite god
Right.
among many Canaanite gods, and that unless it was a time of war, the opinions of people in the Yahweh cult were a minority for most of its history. So most of the history that's being talked about in the Bible that you and I have handed down to us from King James via Greek Septuagint translation to the Latin Vulgate, what you're looking at is something a lot more like an edit job. So if you
A lot
piece
more like
together where these edits, if you piece together where these edits seem to be made, they seem to be made by the people who wrote Deuteronomy. And if you take away that Deuteronomist interpretation,
You've been muted.
okay.
why was he muted?
Yeah, why was I muted?
I was all about it.
Honest Fury muted him for something left.
Troll.
Tell us, James. Tell us.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Go for it.
He's a friend of mine. Okay, so basically, if you remove the Deuteronomist interpretation, which was laid down, I couldn't tell you what date it was laid down, but what emerges is a different picture, a picture that's more polytheistic. So, from that picture, the God that Abraham was worshiping is one God among many gods, and so when you look at it that way, some of the history looks different. Instead of being, there were these other cults out there, and everyone from Abraham on worships only one God, increasingly in size following his family. There would have been people who were worshiping his God as one of many gods. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Would you
Possibly
be
in a monolaterist way, but one among many, which were all equally considered.
would you be surprised if I told you that I don't believe that most of the Old Testament teaches monotheism, but mono I think it's called monolaudism.
Monolatrism.
Monolateralism. I thought it was called.
Essentially, it teaches the worship that we should only worship one God, um, but not that there only is one God in existence.
That there's only one God worthy of worship.
Yes.
That's monolatrism.
Yeah, that's almost indisputable.
So that's you can attribute that to the Deuteronomistic community.
Well,
Josiah.
no, you can't really. That doesn't come about until Isaiah, where you really get a clear statement of monotheism, where Yahweh is not just the chief God among many, or the one worthy of worship, but the only God that there is. That's not till Isaiah.
So it didn't occur prior to Isaiah.
Didn't they
Not
write?
explicitly.
Didn't they
I don't
write?
think that's explicit until Isaiah.
Didn't they divide? Haven't they divided up Isaiah into 4 editors? Like
3.
one
big
called
sections,
one group called Isaiah, and two of them called Second Isaiah.
The first 39 chapters of Isaiah are thought to be written by the words of the actual prophet. I think 40 to 54, I forget. But 40 until about like halfway through the rest of the book. It's I think that was composed during the exile, like the time of the exile, and then the rest of the chapters are post-exile.
Yeah, the exilic period seems to be the time where there was definitely the move away from polytheism, right?
It was before that. It was in the late 8th century that really started to be. I'm sorry, from polytheism.
Yeah.
Yeah, that really was starting to really go off when they discovered the Deuteronomistic books. That's
Yeah.
when they tried to centralize the Yahweh cult in Jerusalem. You know, obviously it was politically advantageous to do so considering the situation at the time in the region.
Categorically speaking, most instances of that progression, that sort of offshoot from a polytheistic or even henotheistic context into monolatrism and eventually monotheism, is usually socio-political.
Yeah, makes
Chiefly
sense.
political.
I don't want to start a debate, and that's why I'm refraining from turning this into one. But I do think that it is a little bit of, how do I say this? I'm trying to essentially, it's kind of bad exegesis to say that like the that that Deuteronomy and our Bible today has a clear message of monotheism in it, and that the Israelites were constantly worshiping only one God.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It was definitely a progression.
Well, you see similar progressions and evidences of these progressions in other religions that took different paths. One example is the development of Zoroastrianism. Early Zoroastrianism or early Persian kind of religion, Avestan culture, which sort of predates that, they had a context that was much more similar to earlier Indo-European polytheism, where there's first and second and third generation deities, whereas as it became more Zoroastrian in character, those older gods were demonized in the sort of modern context of that. So there's and it became more dualistic over time, and it was a very gradual process moving into this new sort of religion. And that's the same thing that goes on with Hinduism. Hinduism had thousands of years of those sorts of development. influence. What early Vedic religion was like is very different than how modern Hinduism is. And I mean, there are examples of Vedic religion that are still present in Hinduism and some of the subsects of modern Hinduism, but largely it has progressed outside of that into some very different theistic and ontological kind of contexts.
I was gonna say something.
The Zoroaster,
I forget what it was.
Zoroaster was really like the beginning of the movement towards monotheism.
He was a codifier, the prophet.
Oh yeah, you said that a lot of the older gods were being demonized. Demonized like in the sense of, I guess like the Greek word daimon, like as in them just being like supernatural divine beings.
That's a can of worms, my friend. Daemon, demones, and demon, different word, totally different context.
Okay, well I was
just means spirit. When I'm saying demonize, I'm speaking in the modern vernacular of relegating to a lesser or subservient or outright evil context or power. That's what I'm speaking when I'm saying demonizing.
This is largely, you mentioned Hinduism. If you look at some of the more popular forms of Hinduism that are much more organized and looked after by more people, which are much more popular in the United States, in, I want to say, in a streamlined, unified form, they look more like monotheism. They really do. They see all the gods and consider them, but they have begun to stress much more heavily than say, the Hindu of 200 years ago would have stressed, that they're just extensions of one god.
Well, there are examples of that aspect in other spiritual traditions that are completely untied to Abrahamic or Near Eastern religions. West African religion has some very henotheistic context, as well as Egyptian religion, which has its own sort of peculiar form of henotheism, which is often called kenotheism, where there's a sort of shift of power between different deities in different kingdoms, in different areas, and in different periods of time. And also East Asian religions, both traditional Chinese religion and Siberian religions and the Turkic religions, have a very strong influence of a sky god, and would, from a sort of exterior perspective, appear to be very monotheistic. There are definite examples of a variance of theistic perspectives, even amongst indigenous animistic religions. So it's definitely not all the way across the board pure monotheism in the ancient world.
You know, I can think of two examples of what you're talking about just within Nordic religion. The ancient displacement of Tyr as a central god for Odin. That's a process that happened among almost 200 different tribes, and it took thousands of years before it even spread to Germany. But a better example is Anglo-Saxon England, when it was being Christianized. Anglo-Saxons began to see Odin as a lot like how the Hindus describe Vishnu, I suppose.
Really? How so?
Well, Anglo-Saxons began to see Odin as they start to move away from this polytheistic notion of each god kind of having its own form, and more towards each being just an incarnation of Odin. And it was a way to stack their god up against the Christian god in a lot of ways. It was socio-political, but it was, I think it's just what happens when you're exposed to monotheism for long enough.
Well, there's a context that goes on very frequently when you look at the polytheistic religions of antiquity. The most common practice in a sort of, for the state, is different areas tended to have patron deities that were associated with them. There may have been a general sense that a particular deity or deities were of more importance. For instance, Marduk or Ashur, for Babylon and Assyria, had definitely a penultimate kind of importance in those cultures. That being said, and especially if you go very far back in ancient Samaria, each city-state really almost had the pure worship of a single deity. I mentioned also Egyptian religion with its sort of shifting context, different deities, taking on not only the very strong political and liturgical role, but also the ontological one. They had different creator gods. Different deities were associated with creation itself, depending on who you were asking and what time period you were looking at. So a lot of it, and that's what I wanted to get to a little earlier, Will. When I was saying that this sort of progression from polytheism or a henotheistic polytheism into monolatrism and monotheism being political, I'm not saying that that's entirely the case only with monotheistic progressions, but it is definitely the case with different developments of polytheistic religion. Obviously, with Hinduism, that is most definitely the case. A lot of the developments of modern Hinduism are the result of political changes.
You see largely the same thing happen in, I think, 3rd century BC Nordic towns and cities, principalities. You had, depending on the vocation of the wealthy families that kind of ran the cities or towns, that kind of vocation, how they made their money, had a lot, what they exported to the other cities and what they traded, had a lot to do with ultimately what God would be hailed. So if you had a fishing town, you would, not only would they name it after the god, they would also dedicate it and build statues and such. And if it were a more centralized place like Uppsala, it would be dedicated to Odin. And if it were a, yeah.
Sparta
Exactly.
was associated with Ares. Athens was associated with Athena. Arcadia was associated largely with Artemis, but also in lesser extent with Dionysus. So, yeah, you have that all throughout the ancient world. And if you really want to get really freaky, look at Celtic religion, continental, pre-Roman Celtic religion. It was to such an extent that there were deities to specific rivers and mountains and fields. It was even theorized that there was a god of the Black Forest that was practiced among Celtic peoples who were living in and around what is modern Germany. So you have this all the time. It happens very, very commonly. And it's not always clear where the dividing lines are and where the emphases lie in specific aspects of culture, because you understand we spent thousands of years as tribal cultures with completely different tribes living as what we would consider a single nation. The nation state is very modern into human history.
What makes it even more confusing is when these cultures mix, and then what was previously a forest god you get to see. What was previously a forest god performing some important function gets mixed with another one because of some tribal interaction. It's a lot more. It's a lot more.
Sylvanus is a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
He became more associated with healing and was syncretized with various different deities in Gallo-Roman religion. Well, absolutely.
It's more extreme. This becomes more extreme when the Romans kind of set out to make it their mission to amalgamate conquered people's gods and see where they fit or where they already related, and to try to make any kind of one-to-one comparison that could be made. I think I would like to know more about that. The kind of mission that they kind of set out on. And I know that there were really, really clear attempts at it when they conquered Gaul. So I don't know what you know about that.
Well, I do know what the Greeks thought of the Romans. The very word that we have for eclecticism, eklektikismos, was developed by the Greeks to describe the Romans. It sort of means a dressing of a concept. You're just sort of draping a concept over something. It doesn't have the substance of the actual thing itself, of the ideal, of the deity, of the practice. The Greeks had nomos archaeos, which is if you were in another person's land, you would do as they do and respect them. Alexander the Great, when he entered into Egypt and he was trying to create Alexandria, he made offerings to their gods and was respectful to Egyptian religion. I mean, there's examples of that. Our very concept of when in Rome, do as the Romans do. The Romans understood this concept. They just didn't always honor it. That was a real problem with Rome, is they would say things and not do them.
I don't think that the Jews took that too well either.
No, absolutely. Actually, it's funny. The Jews actually preferred the Hellenes a lot more than they did the Romans.
I wonder why. Have you guys ever read the book of Maccabees? Or both books of Maccabees?
Not all the way through, but I've read a bit of it.
Why not all? Isn't there like 7 of them?
Read a lot.
There's 5 or 6, I think. But we don't even have a lot of them. I guess technically there's 10 because the ones that we know about are 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the writer of the second book was supposed to have volumes of like a series of books specifically on the Maccabean period. Yeah, it's a long list. I just thought it was interesting. Like, I'm not sure if everything in there is historically accurate, but
You mean like the oil burning for 8 days?
well, that's not really what I was talking about.
Oh,
What I meant was like how the Greeks originally treated the Jewish religion and how the Jews reacted.
Oh, you mean with how the Seleucids basically didn't respect the Jewish religion at all?
Well, for instance, the father of the rest of the Maccabees' sons, I think his name is Matthias, revolting and then telling other people to go out into the wilderness. This Maccabees is actually probably the only reference we have to that. And then I'm not exactly sure how many other references to the Maccabean revolt we have in the first place. It's
Well,
not
Josephus talks about it.
Well, yes, but I think that he was probably drawing off of the books of Maccabees. Sort of like how he starts off his Antiquities of the Jews with Genesis.
Yeah. Could be.
I mean, I believe that it did happen. I'm just not exactly sure. It's not something that I particularly studied it.
What part of the whole story seems like not seems fishy?
Well, allow me to read directly from Maccabees too. I think you'll find it quite entertaining.
I think Daniel's talking about it too.
Trying to find it. There's this one. Essentially, there's this one part where horsemen from heaven appear and wipe out an entire army of Greeks. That was the part that I'm trying to find.
What I was speaking of with regards to the relationship between the Greeks in various periods and the Hebrews and the Jews largely has to do with their method of cultural appropriation. The Greeks, when they absorbed something, they fully Hellenized it. That is, they became inspired by another culture's concept over several centuries, developing their own unique variation of that or incorporating elements from other things. You really see this with Greek mythology. It is quite accurate to say that pretty much all of the Greek gods, especially the Olympian deities, are examples of immense cultural infiltration, cultural absorption, or influence. There's great evidences of this fact. Apollo being very much a sort of Celtic or Norse kind of influenced deity because of the concept of Hyperborea, the sort of blessed north. Dionysus being a more Near Eastern deity, etc. So the Romans, when they would incorporate something, they would adopt it wholesale, and they would add their own special touches to it. So they would sort of like how like a corporation would find an idea, buy it, and make it theirs and put a TM stamp on it. That's what the Romans did.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. One thing that's always fascinated me about learning about different cultures is learning about what they believed. I think that that's the most fascinating part.
Absolutely. And there's different aspects of Greece. That's part of the reason why Greek religion developed so intensely and largely what set the stage for Christianity in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Every Greek, even if they practiced their tradition, ultimately had many different variations in which they would call from. There were many different philosophical schools, there were sub-traditions, there were cults to specific deities. I mean, it was incredibly diverse, and it's an excellent look into the ancient world because this was the case with many, many different cultures. The Greeks seemingly more so because they
were
like
so
to talk
separated.
and they like to write stuff down a lot more than some other cultures.
Well, I think that since most of the Greek city-states developed very independently because of the geography of their area, I think that all the different religions and sort of customs developed independently, and then when they sort of converse, it sort of rapidly made it grow and expand and develop.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And a lot of that was brought along by their experiences with the tyrants, the Athenian tyrants that preceded the classical period. The development of democracy was something that the Greeks treasured. So much, in fact, that they had a festival for it, Demokratia. So they were very much about discourse, debate, elucidation of different concepts and ideas, having different interpretations, and being able to discuss them in depth.
Dirty hippies.
Absolutely. Well, at least the philosophers, particularly the cynics, the dirty hippies.
Oh, they were just, yeah, they were
It's all about
dirty.
It's all about the Platonic heaven, man.
Gotcha.
Don't understand.
Just don't know.
We call them hippies.
Everything is one, man.
We're not really here. We just think we're here.
Exactly. Yeah, it's interesting too, the development of Neoplatonism after Plotinus. First thing to sort of mention is that the Neoplatonists in their day would have considered themselves Platonists. There wouldn't have been a term for that. They considered themselves a direct extension of what Plato was doing. But after Plotinus, the school developed a lot more. It became something very different. It's much more akin, as I've said several times in these chats, it resembles Hermeticism a lot more. It becomes more surgical and magical in character. There's a lot more formulaic kind of context that is typical to magical practice. The use of demotic, the use of Egyptian kind of concepts of deity, Near Eastern, and the incorporation of various different sorts of daemonologies and angelologies from Judaic religions, or loosely Judeo-Christian, or Gnostic even. Their Gnostic deities actually became something of a thing like Abraxas.
Okay, so does anyone here know a lot of stuff about Gnosticism?
I know a fair amount.
What I've been taught is that what I've been taught is that Gnosticism has been in many different religions, and it's normally been the type of ideology that latches on to other religions.
It is more accurate to say that there are Gnosticisms.
Okay.
Even within the Christian world, there was no one form of Gnosticism. There were many. Largely, we use Gnosticism to describe non-canonical forms of Christianity. But it could also be ascribed to Islam. It can also be ascribed to Persian forms of Gnosticism, which developed largely from many of the same sources, largely because of cultural syncretism and the development of mystery schools that were characteristic of the Mediterranean. Very similar, like I've said, to Neoplatonism, Pythagoreanism, and the like, but also many of the sorts of mystery traditions that were present in Jewish religion. Like the
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, part of the problem too with Gnosticism is, like, sometimes you'll hear people say, well, it really doesn't come about until the 2nd century, or at least in the Christian form. And the big part of the problem, like Kevin said, is it's so diverse that it gets hard to draw clear lines where, like, Christian Gnosticism starts and Jewish Gnosticism ends, and or even Gnosticism, if you want to call it that, from wholly other traditions. And it's just all so blurry, it's hard to really get a handle on where one ends and the next begins.
If you look at this book that I have, it's the other one that I have, the Other Bible. It gives a lot of pseudepigraphia and Gnostic texts from various different sources. The whole first section, which is 145 pages long, describe different kinds of creation stories present in different cultures that were in and around the area.
Unless I'm mistaken, I believe that the first record of Gnosticism in Christianity, at the very least, or any form of Gnosticism in Christianity, is, I would say, Saint Ignatius's letter to the Smyrnaeans. I think that's how you pronounce their name. So I was wondering, like, if you know of any earlier reference to them in Christianity.
Not necessarily to Christianity, but there were Sethian Gnostics, which were very early, more relating to earlier Jewish tradition. But a lot of the forms of Gnosticism that we classically associate with Christianity are later more Greek forms of Gnosticism, like that of Valentinus.
Mm-hmm.
But there are many different schools that are present in the Dead Sea Scrolls that we don't know a whole heck a lot about. And we don't really know whether they're original documents or rewritings of original documents, of what the case is. So it's very difficult to place things so cleanly into 1st or 2nd century, because things develop. There are different writers and different transcribers from the same writer.
Exactly, and a lot of the features of Gnosticism came from other areas, like the belief in, like, the a good god and a bad god or creator god. That's Platonic, right?
Plato had those
Yeah, it
concepts.
goes way, way back before you could even really call it
You
Gnosticism.
obviously see that in Avestan Persian, religions as well. But it also should be mentioned that a lot of Gnosticism is very, very similar to Indian religion. What we would consider pre-modern Hinduism, especially the belief in transmigration of the soul,
And
which
the other
was
thing,
held by many
sorry.
different Gnostics and not in canonical Christianity.
The other thing I think makes it hard is that Gnosticism never underwent like a process of, what do you call it? It never became orthodox, so it never went through any kind of standardization.
Well, two reasons.
So it's variety we still have. We still have a lot of variety in there.
There are two reasons for that. One, it
Irenaeus.
obviously resembles much earlier spiritual traditions, particularly the theistic ones, which were orthopraxic. We've mentioned before the differences between praxis and doxia, practice versus belief as the core central aspect of religious context. But also, Gnosticism was a very personal sort of experience. One's gnosis was something that was personally sort of attained. So there was never really a central ecclesia to Gnostic tradition.
Yeah, that's a good
It was
point.
very, very small.
It wasn't really even equipped to have undergo such a process, probably.
No. And
I think. Oh, go ahead.
it wasn't appealing to the sort of Greco-Roman Hellenistic culture of the time, which wanted sort of easy answers. A gnosis or a mysticism, mystikismos, is difficult. It usually requires ascetic practices. Most people couldn't do that.
I think that one of the two main reasons of why Gnosticism died out, well, at least in Christianity, was because it didn't really have a place to sort of take root and spread as much, because, like you just said, the Greco-Roman period of that time didn't really like it, and I think while it might have been more appealing to the Christians, Irenaeus and some of the other early church fathers published several books specifically against Gnosticism and certain Gnostic ideas.
Well, there are two things that were really going on for several centuries leading up to this period that sort of formed the basis of it. You had schools, various different schools, but there are two different aspects to schools that you see. You see the philosophical school, and you see the mystery school, or the mystery tradition, the cult of a particular deity. These sorts of traditions were initiatory. They required you to be inducted into something that was often arduous or difficult. Like I said, the aforementioned ascetic practices were definitely something that made it difficult, not to mention even finding the school in the first place. Whereas philosophical schools were open to the public in many cases. You had to be inducted, in a certain sense, into the philosophical school, but they encouraged debate. They encouraged discussion. So this philosophical tradition really formed a lot of the basis for the sort of canonization of Christian religion in the first place. They wanted to have philosophical credibility so they could argue against the philosophical schools that were prominent at the time, the non-Christian philosophical schools.
And there was a battle going on between Gnosticism and, if you want to call it, orthodoxy. Like, you had the orthodox people saying, claiming apostolic succession, a direct connection to the original apostles, and then you had the Gnostic writings claiming the same thing, like Valentinus was the apostle of so-and-so, who was the apostle of John of Zebedee or whatever, and then you have the Orthodox people doing the exact same thing. And in a lot of the Gnostic texts you have what look like direct, like basically attacks on Orthodox views. And then, like you said, like Will said, if that's who was talking, I'm still not looking at my screen, but it sounded like Will. You had a lot of the early church fathers like Irenaeus writing whole books like against heresies against him. And the other problem too is it seems like they were like a subgroup within Christian churches, like kind of like Catholic charismatics are. They're
Yes.
like kind of a secret inner group. So like you'd go to church, but then if you were Gnostic, you'd have, that was for like the sheeple, and then you have the real teaching, and then like a more private group. And Irenaeus specifically talks about like, he wishes he could drive him out of the church, and because they weren't obvious, it was very secretive
Well,
and their own inner teaching.
you had the thing is, even though I sort of mentioned that there is a bit of this parameter of philosophical versus mystical, the reality is that all of these different groups that were competing at the time had different degrees in which they emphasized these various different aspects. There's a concept that I've discussed with a few of my friends. There's a third term called orthopathy. It's often used in medicine, much in the way that orthodontics is used. Ortho is used quite commonly for medical terms, but orthopathy is sort of experiential, and it could easily be argued that while as canonical Christianity is more orthodox, and that earlier religions, particularly polytheistic ones, were orthopraxic as well as Gnosticism, orthopathy was a sort of thing that was very contentious, and they're all present. It can be argued that all of these three contexts are present, and there are many research papers that have actually kind of discussed this to this effect in varying different degrees. The Gnostics didn't just fight against Christians.
Kevin, what three are you discussing?
Orthodoxy, meaning correct belief. Orthopraxy, from praxis, meaning work or ritual, correct ritual. And orthopathy, pathos, or ideal or experience of ideal, living or lifestyle. Those being essential basically to the formation of any religion in varying different degrees depending on cultural, political, and experiential sorts of contexts.
But wouldn't Gnosticism appeal to the Hellenistic culture based on its sort of secret knowledge as opposed to sort of this generic faith?
No. It would have appealed to members of philosophical and mystery schools more than it would from the general Hellenic or Roman populace.
Yeah, I mean, weren't most Gnostic traditions essentially mystery cults?
Yes.
Yeah.
And once again, you could argue that there is this sort of gradation between philosophical and mystical schools. It's largely why Neoplatonists and Gnostics argue, but the main reason is actually ontological. The Gnostics associated the demiurge, the architect of the world in which we live, to be a negativistic context or a negativistic entity, whereas the Neoplatonists saw it as positive, ultimately just a reflection of ultimate divinity, but not negative in context, usually of actually a positive.
Yeah, I would land with the Neoplatonists in that regard.
And largely, Platonic concepts are what were ascribed to more in the formation of Christianity, if from nothing else through just influence. Maybe not maybe qualitatively, but not substantively in the formation of Christianity.
I guess the thing that confuses me is that like my own faith has been largely based on my own experience and the knowledge that I've gained through that. So it's kind of odd that I'm sort of feeling some affinity with the Gnostics, but also with the Neoplatonists, hence my confusion.
Sure. Well, they're related too. I mean, there's so much similarity there.
When we use the term contemporaries, we're not using that term lightly. It means that the people who were contemporaries with one another, different thinkers, interacted on a fairly regular basis. They knew each other. And a lot of these schools that were going on at the time were contemporary to one another. People would go into different schools to fight. Gnostics would go into Platonic schools and would argue. Christians would go into Platonist schools and would argue.
Yeah, and I
Into
think
Gnostic
that's
schools and vice versa.
and I think that's what makes the historicity of Jesus so difficult, is because it was birthed in this amalgam of all kinds of different ideas. So anyone who tries to present Jesus as, you know, coming out of some kind of homogeneous setting is ridiculous, because it was just rife with diversity.
But there's more to it than that. It's not just that. It's also the foundation of these Hellenistic, at the very least, ideas. In these earlier traditions, if you had a particular hero or demigod or poet, they had a semi-mythological they had a semi-mythological context. Very few of the actual myths of ancient cultures, going back for thousands of years, would have been taken at face value. They would not have been seen literally. So to go from that to the idea of a human being who is literally a god, or an aspect of, depending if you're taking from a canonical, a Gnostic, or Arian form of Christianity, or Marcion form of Christianity, the idea of that, and I have to give it is the credit for that, is very unique, if not peculiar.
Woohoo!
I mean, I obviously have a bias. I'm definitely going to come from the perspective as a Christ mythicist, as a pagan or a polytheist. But if you look at the archaeological evidence, it seems to lean in that direction. But do we know? Probably not. I mean, there's really not enough evidence either way, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but
So whatever somebody concludes, I totally respect.
Yeah, but that's my point. That's difficult for historians to identify, is because Jesus came out of a context of multiplicity of ideas. So it's really hard to say, you know, where he really was, especially given the Gospels that really, to me, are evidence of very unique perspectives, trying to present him to a very specific audience. So in that sense, you know, it almost ceases to be historical. So to me, that's where the difficulty lies, is in the context within which he emerged.
But that was the case for many different figures. Homer, Orpheus.
Socrates.
We don't know if they were real.
I think Socrates is a great example.
Yeah. We don't know who exactly Socrates was, and who was doing the writing.
Yeah, but
We're not even sure who Shakespeare was.
Yeah, but didn't Plato pretty much mirror Socrates' substance and content?
Well, that's suspect, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he may have invented Socrates.
Yeah.
Although, then again, Plato does distinguish between what he believed and what Socrates believed a lot of the time.
But one could easily make the argument that there was a Socratic school, and that the people he was speaking to were Socratic. So the figure of Socrates could have been several different individuals in which he was speaking to.
Okay.
One could make the argument. How much of that is credible, is obviously up for debate. It's just that is definitely an interpretation one could take.
Yeah, when it comes to a lot of this stuff, we're just so far removed from the kind of data we would need to really make it an informed judgment. It's just
I'm
we're basically
thinking
just stuck with agnosticism, essentially, on the historicity question.
Yeah.
I'm thinking
For a lot of people.
I'm thinking of Bart Ehrman's position.
Oh gosh.
Bart Ehrman's position that the early Christians wouldn't make up a Messiah who was crucified, and I'm thinking, well, based on Socrates, presented ideas that were considered to be too oppositional. So therefore, he took the route of killing himself because he was in an environment that wasn't welcome to his position. How different really is that from Jesus, who's presenting a different perspective on Judaic law, and so it shouldn't be any surprise that he would be crucified.
Well, I mean, what Bart Ehrman's point is that the idea of creating a Messiah, of like making up a Messiah who was killed and humiliated in such a way the as the cross, and that was the way of saving it, and also them bringing the idea of a resurrection into it was something that would be so foreign to Jewish thought that he thinks that
Hellenistic
is
Jewish
very
thought?
well, both. That it would be very, very improbable to say that they made up the story compared to the idea that was actually what happened. That was essentially Bart Ehrman's argument.
Well, my contrast to that argument, taking from Hellenic thought, is the concept of a hero. In ancient Greece, a hero wasn't always somebody who did something exemplary to the greatest good for the world, but somebody who took an enormous risk to do something different that would make a very strong impact in the world, whether that was for good or bad, whether it was absurd, whether it was neutral. A hero was an individual who was peculiar in a certain sense, in a very basic definition of what a hero would be in that culture. So that could ultimately result in many different kinds of heroes.
Yeah, that based on what you're saying there, Kevin, that's why to me it makes sense that the Hellenistic culture would be more amenable to this idea of a Gnostic Jesus, in the sense that he was presenting a very specific knowledge of Judaic law that was uncommon to his culture. So to me, it seems like he should have been more welcomed in the Hellenistic community as an exemplar of this sort of hero aspect, kind of iconoclastically challenging the tradition.
Oops.
Well, just look where in what population Christianity spread the most. Amongst Gentiles, not Jews.
Well, I think that Ehrman's argument was aimed mostly at the idea, at the fact that the Jews were the ones who came up with the idea of Jesus and not the Greeks. And
right.
That
That's where he's using that criteria of embarrassment, that they wouldn't have made up a dying Messiah or a humiliated Messiah.
Or rather, that the probability is much smaller compared to the probability that he was a real person. It's more likely that he was a real person rather than the idea of the Jews making up this idea of a Messiah.
Yeah, but the fact that the New Testament is largely written by educated Greeks, or at least people that were familiar with Greek language, to me should lead more to the idea that what Jesus presented was embraced by the Hellenistic community.
Whoa, wait, hold on. I think that. So yes, the New Testament was written in Greek, but I think that's mostly because of who the audience was rather than who the author was. You see, the Jews and the Romans and the Greeks would all communicate with each other most of the time in the Greek language. So Greek was known, especially to Galilean Jews, very easily. Very commonly.
Yeah, but they were educated Greeks. It wasn't that common.
Well, most of the New Testament is written by Paul, who was a Pharisee and a Roman citizen, so I don't see much of a problem with him being educated. Luke was a follower of Paul. Matthew was a tax collector. John could have easily used a scribe. And Mark, we know from tradition, was the scribe of Saint Peter, who wrote down what he had heard in Peter's sermons.
I don't know, I don't know how historically accurate that is. I know that's the general view. That's the general view of things, but I
It's
don't know
not the general view. That's church tradition.
Yeah, I don't know if that's verifiable, really. Will.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm saying that it's very, very. I think that it's consistent, and I don't. From what I've seen, and I've been studying this topic for a few years now, I don't really think I've seen much to contest these topics. And I mean, I've read books by Bart Ehrman and John Dominic Cross. I mean, I've read the other side, and I don't find their arguments very convincing.
Against traditional authorship, or what? What do you mean? Or who wrote them?
I actually have a video on traditional authorship, but yes, I don't see. I think that the view of traditional authorship is perfectly consistent, and I don't think that there are most of the arguments that I've seen. I have actually addressed in one of my videos, and I'll probably write a blog post about them soon. But I definitely don't find them very convincing.
Oh, really? Because I find it the other way around. I don't see anything that suggests any historical evidence that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote the Gospels. I mean, it was much later that they just gave those names to the revered apostles just to give veracity to their documentation. I really haven't found that at all.
You think Matthew, Mark, and Luke were revered apostles? I mean, I can see that argument working with John, but Mark and Luke weren't even apostles. I don't see that there could be. In fact, Mark was an embarrassing name in the early. Well, not like the name Mark, but John Mark was a very embarrassing name in the early church because of what happened with Paul. And Luke was mentioned twice, like a few times in Paul's letters. So I don't see there's much of a reason for the early church to ascribe these names to the authors of the second and third gospel if they didn't have at least some reason for doing so. Like, I don't know, the fact that they wrote it.
Well, I guess what I'm referring to is it wasn't until much later, like generations after they lived, that the names were attributed to the documents.
I think that while I definitely would say that the names were not on the original documents, I don't see why that is a problem, because it's not as though someone can say, "Hey, by the way, I wrote this."
No, I think it's
while they were still alive.
I think it's a big problem because people like William Craig use them as eyewitnesses when historically, if you look at the development of the documentation, it's the evidence points more clearly to being generations after these guys supposedly witnessed these things.
Generations? Okay, liberal scholarships. Well, I guess I shouldn't say liberal scholarship. Most scholars date the inscription of the names of the Gospels in 125. That's not generations. That's maybe a generation or maybe two after the Gospels are written.
Well, that's generations. 2 is generations.
Okay, yeah, but I'm saying I'm being generous when I say 2, especially considering the fact that a lot of modern scholarship considers things that the Gospels were written in like the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
So these guys all learned like rhetorical Greek.
If you read the Greek, it's not Marx especially is not very impressive. I don't see anything wrong with him knowing it. Luke, I think, Luke, I think, Luke and Paul, I think, are the best examples of like very, very classy, very, very good Greek scholarship and knowledge. Matthew, I don't think that his is particularly impressive, and John is more. I'm not sure how I would describe John actually. I haven't read It's Greek in a while.
And what do you chalk up the clear literary connection between, like, at least all three of the synoptics? I mean,
I think
like
that
you have Matthew who witnessed these events, but he's using most of his material out of Mark, who wasn't an eyewitness. Why would an eyewitness use most of his material from a non-eyewitness?
because an eyewitness might not remember every single thing that he saw.
But Mark didn't see it at all.
Yes, but he heard a lot of stuff from Peter. That's the point. So it's like the
Well,
early
that's
church. The early church knew that Mark was a scribe of Peter, and so why wouldn't you use essentially what Peter taught Mark as a source? I don't see the problem with that.
Hey, Will,
Yeah?
have you read David Trobish's book, the first edition of the New Testament?
No, I have not. Not yet.
He gives a detailed argument in there in the later half of the book that a lot of the names on the different texts are done by the redactor in order to unite the text together. I'm not going to recite his entire argument right now, but just you should look at his book to see his argument about that himself.
Wait, what's the book called again?
The first edition of the New Testament by David Trobish. Basically, he shows that the editor putting the New Testament together in the mid to late 2nd century made a lot of these connections. To did not have these connections.
I don't see how one can know that because
It's a short book, so read David Trobish's book and see his argument for yourself.
I just find that a little weird considering the fact that, like, if you look at the manuscripts we have, we don't have any.
None of them date that early. Our best manuscripts are our complete manuscripts are 3rd or 4th century, and what we have before that is just fragmentary.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
most of the manuscripts
so I'm not
we
exactly
have
sure.
are based on this first edition of the New Testament that was published, by this redactor in the late 2nd century.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. Like, I'm wondering what evidence is he drawing this from?
Just from analyzing the texts themselves and how they're worded and what they say and actually looking at the connections between the texts.
Well, hang on. Here's what I think happened. What I personally believe is that Mark actually got some of his material from Matthew instead of the other way around. Now I don't argue that. That is just a personal belief of mine. And that Luke used Mark and or Matthew as one of his main sources, but John got his most of his work from a completely different source. However, I also think it's
No, he was an eyewitness.
yeah, but
What do you mean? What he got it from a source? He saw everything.
yeah, I know. I'm just saying that again. Like, you might not remember everything that happens like 20 years from now. Are you going to remember every single thing that happened in like a college class?
There's a difference between not remembering all the details and deliberately rewriting stories for other purposes, including theological purposes, which has clearly been shown by comparison between the texts.
There you go, Wayne. Come on, go Wayne! Go Wayne!
Okay.
That's the thing. Like, these guys are clearly editing each other in a literary fashion. Like, there's no doubt that you can see Matthew changing Mark's material. You can see Luke changing Mark's material. You can.
But they're
see
not
Luke.
random changes. The changes, he's making all the changes as a group go in the same direction, which is what's the fascinating part about it.
Has it ever occurred to you guys that it's possible that Matthew and Luke might be simply using Mark as a source instead of trying to edit what he was saying?
What's the difference?
Say I draw my source for for like a different argument for the existence of God from Edward Fazer? Am I just simply editing his work, or am I using what he's saying as a source?
We
Well,
can
there's no
tell
doubt he
that by
used it
looking
as
at
a
the actual
source.
text and how many words they keep in the same order and, in choice of the same words and stuff. The
Okay.
fact is, we know there's literary connections of actually copying the words because there's just too much similarity
Yeah, they're
of exact
verbatim.
word choice.
Well, I think that there's also I think that there's also I think that there's also another alternative of maybe they were getting it from a similar source.
That is an
Like,
additional
maybe
possibility.
think about it like this. Maybe no one. So it's not impossible that there were shorter written documents in the early church, like say apostle like Paul or Mark, or not Mark, or like John wrote a sermon or something like that, and that was written down. We don't have it anymore, but people could read it. Oral tradition doesn't, like when we say that most well, at least when I say that the apostles wrote got a lot of their material from oral traditions, I don't mean that it was purely spoken tradition, even though, but I do think that was mainly spoken tradition. But I do think that a lot of the material that the gospel writers were drawing from can be they were drawing from a very similar source, maybe a document, maybe from very similar traditions.
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible, but we have to work with what we've got. And it seems clear that, I mean, it's undeniable that Matthew has an editing agenda when using Mark. It's not, like Wayne said, it's not just random little changes here. He'll be copying from Mark verbatim, and he'll change something. There's themes of editing he has.
Okay.
Same thing with Luke, editing Mark.
I think that there are a few examples of differences between Matthew's gospel and Mark's gospel, where it actually seems to be the other way, where Mark was taking what Matthew wrote and trying to make it like an edited version of his work.
Yeah, I'd like to see that, because you'd have to explain why Mark is the middle term between Luke and Matthew.
Well, I would. Well, hang on. Like for instance, in the trial of Jesus, Matthew says Matthew doesn't include what Mark says. What Mark says after the high priest says, "Are you the Christ?" He says, "I am, and you will see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven," something like that. Now that's actually a more explicit reference to Jesus' divinity, but Matthew doesn't include that, and it seems that that reference would be much more favored towards a Jewish audience, which was Matthew's audience, whereas Mark's audience wasn't explicitly Jewish, and in fact most scholars believe that it was probably a more Roman audience. So I find it weird that Mark would be giving a more explicit reference to the Old Testament with what I believe Ezekiel said, than Matthew would, or that Matthew would just simply just delete, like take that out.
Well, remember, Matthew and Luke both have the equivocation answer, whereas Mark alone has the affirmative answer, I am. Matthew and Luke basically say, you say that I am.
Well, yes, but I don't see what's the problem with that.
You'd have to say that Matthew...
Yes, but Luke was writing to a Gentile audience.
Yeah, but you'd have to say that Matthew and Luke both saw that affirmative answer in Mark. Or, sorry, that Mark saw it in Matthew or saw it in Luke. Like, why do why do Matthew and Luke both have you say that I am, and Mark alone has I am?
I think it's because Matthew was well, actually I'm not sure why Matthew didn't put in the I am.
Isn't the more difficult reading you say that I am?
What do you mean?
I mean, can you imagine someone like Matthew or Luke changing it from I am, a clear affirmative answer, to you say that I am. It seems to
No,
me like,
that's the point. That's the
yeah,
point that
exactly. So what wouldn't couldn't you say that Mark's version is like a redaction in that spot, since Matthew and Luke have the other version?
Wait, what's the question?
Well, what I'm saying is Matthew and Luke both have the more difficult reading. So doesn't it make more sense to say that someone edited Mark to give it a more affirmative answer, but that the original reading was the more difficult one?
Um, Hang on. The argument that I was making is that why would Mark, who is not writing to a strictly Jewish audience, make a more explicit reference to the Old Testament than Matthew would, when he was writing to a very explicitly Jewish audience?
Well, what I'm saying is that the Mark that Matthew and Luke used probably read the way Matthew and Luke read,
Why would you?
because
I
that's
think.
the more difficult reading.
Okay, well, I think that that's sort of begging the question.
I don't think it's begging the question. Why is it begging the question? I mean,
Because it seems like you have to assume that Matthew and Luke were written after, and we're using Mark as a source, which is what the position that I'm arguing against right now.
yeah, I mean, I think it's just almost undeniable that Mark is the original, that
Okay,
Matthew
well,
and Luke.
so far you haven't been making a very great case for it.
Well, that's why I mentioned Mark as the middle term. I mean, when you have triple tradition material where it's in Matthew and Mark and Luke, right? So it's in all three synoptics.
Hmm.
If you look at the different ways the different authors use it, Mark's version is always where Matthew and Luke agree with each other. So Mark is playing the middle term, the mediating factor. That only really makes sense if Matthew and Luke are using Mark.
Wait, why doesn't it make any sense if Mark was
Because
using?
you'd have to say that Matthew and Luke both decided or conspired or worked together to preserve, each in their own independent gospels, the exact same lines from Mark that they chose to leave in their edited versions of triple tradition material.
Or no. Like, wait. Sorry, I'm like trying to argue with
Okay, let's
three
put it this way.
at the same time.
Let's say you write a sentence that says, "My name's Will Herb, and I love to eat Jello in the morning." Okay. Let's say I have two. So we have this sentence, and then you have two other sentences that says, one says, "My name is Will Herb, and I love to eat Jello in the evening." And let's say you have another one that says, "My name is Will Herb, and I love to eat pudding in the morning." Right?
Okay.
So of the three versions, which one looks original?
The my name is Will and I like to eat Jello in the morning.
And if you have an agreement between the edits, where you can see that there's edits going on, and which one do they agree with? They agree with the original one, right? So the edited versions agree with the original one I stated, which in this case, that's what's happening between Luke and Matthew and Mark.
Okay. Um, but I still don't. Again, I don't really think. I understand what your argument is, and I think that it's perfectly fine. But I still haven't really heard much of a response to the argument that I was making.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that I think that because Matthew and Luke both have the more difficult reading, I think it makes more sense to say that the version of Mark we have today, that spot probably originally read in the more equivocal answer, the same one that Matthew and Luke have, namely, "You say that I am."
Although now I think about it, I just remembered something. Many people have said that the trial, the crucifixion, death, and resurrection accounts in each of the four Gospels, even in the Synoptics, differ a lot. So, do you think that it's also possible that Luke and Matthew were getting their information from a similar source?
Sorry, could you repeat it?
So essentially, the passion and resurrection accounts in the synoptics differ a lot. Like if you just read them, they're completely different.
You're talking about John and the Synoptics?
No, I'm saying in the synoptics. Let's ignore John. John is not in the picture at this moment in time. Matthew, Mark, and Luke have very, very different accounts of the passion, death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus.
Right.
Do you think it's possible that the trial, which is right before all of these things, is very similar dash the same in Luke and Matthew, which I think other than that line, they aren't exactly the same. It's because they are getting it from a similar source. And I don't mean Mark.
Yeah, I mean, they could be getting it from Q. If you want to like bring in just a mystery document, you could say they're getting it from Q. But I mean, there's tons of other readings that like, for example, in Mark, where he's doing a miracle and he has to try it twice, where he's healing the blind man. He spits, and or no, I'm thinking of the one with the ears. But he's healing the blind man, and he does this little thing, and then the blind man says, "I can't really see that well. I can see shapes that look like trees," and then Jesus has to do it again. And then it works fine. It works so you can fully see like normal.
He was learning. He was learning.
Well, Matthew and Luke don't have it like that. It just works. And you get like tons of things like that where Mark has the more difficult readings and Matthew and Luke seem to fix it up so it doesn't look like a more difficult reading.
Okay. I'm actually reading the trial accounts of Matthew and Luke right now. The only part where they're the same is when Jesus says, "You have said so."
Right.
Matthew includes "But I tell you, hereafter you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power and coming on the clouds of heaven."
Yeah, that's in Mark too.
Yeah, that's in Mark. But Mark is even
seated at the right hand of God, which, by the way, that's another thing that Matthew always changes. He'll never say the right hand of God or the kingdom of God. He'll always say the right hand of power or the kingdom of heaven. Luke agrees with Mark and uses kingdom of God.
Yeah,
right
that's what I find
God.
interesting. Why is Mark making more explicit
and Luke?
Well, yeah, but I'm focusing on
the
hang on. I'm focusing on the relation between Matthew and Mark right now. Mark makes a much more explicit, deify.
Yeah, I know what you mean. More divine sound.
More divine reference, which is more which I think that if Matthew was drawing off of Mark, then he would have included.
My own take on that is that Mark actually meant Jesus to be allegorical, and that he stands for all the works of God in the Old Testament, all the prophets, all the things of God in the temple, etc. So he's divine in that sense. And then when the later Gospels tried to make him more human, in more human context, they had to lessen that until it went back the other way again, and then they started using incarnation theology to make him more supernatural again. So it kind of pendulum kind of swung back and forth there. But I believe it started out with an allegorical Jesus who actually was meant to represent God.
But remember, only Matthew is the one making those changes, and Matthew also is an extremely Jewish gospel, and it would make sense if he's coming from a Jewish standpoint that he would not say the name of God, just like Jews don't say the name of God. That he won't write it.
But he wouldn't be saying the name. Well,
Yeah, Kingdom of God, the right hand of God.
John didn't seem to have that sort of problem. He says
Oh,
I
God.
am like
John
a ton of
basically
times.
Jesus is God. So
Well,
yeah,
yeah.
John definitely doesn't have that problem.
And also, I want to just count the number of times that Matthew uses the term God. He does actually. I think that Matthew does use the term "kingdom of God" and God a few times.
Right,
but
because
you
he's
are right
adding
that
Mark.
it's less.
He misses a couple of them.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite.
That's
It's one of my favorite things that Jesus never wrote anything down.
That's the other thing that like Mark Goodacre talks about is editorial fatigue, where you can see in Matthew and Luke, they'll be writing something that's in Mark. Okay, they'll be writing a particular story, and they'll be editing it. They'll be making changes to words here and there. But then as the story progresses, eventually Matthew and Luke will both slip into just writing verbatim Mark material, and he calls that editorial fatigue, where Matthew and Luke will, as they're telling a story that's in Mark and they're going along editing it, eventually as time goes on, they'll just start just going straight to Mark material, and they'll stop editing.
Matthew must have gotten really tired very, very early, because guess where one of the references to God is? Matthew 6:33.
Yeah, no, it's not that he was sitting down and doing the whole gospel in one day. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying he sat down and did it in blocks like all these copyists did.
Why do you think that Matthew wanted to not use God, like the term of God?
Jews don't use the name of God. They don't want to even get close to blasphemy, so they don't even use it. Just like Jews today say Hashem, they won't say Yahweh. They won't even write it.
So Jews seem to be relatively consistent with that. And it seems that it would only, like, the whole writer's fatigue would only work if you picture Matthew as when he's writing his gospel, he is literally like has a copy of Mark right next to him and is like writing out each line like while he's looking at the manuscript of Mark.
Yeah, and it's not the only example. I mean, like for when Matthew's in Mark calls Herod Antipas king, right? And if you look in Matthew where Matthew's talking about Herod Antipas, he changes it to the correct term, which is tetrarch. Okay? That's what Herod Antipas actually was. He wasn't a king. But then if you keep reading in Matthew, he slips up and calls him king once, whereas all the times before he called him tetrarch. So we have the same thing happening with when he's talking about Herod. We have the same thing happening when he's talking about kingdom of God or at the right hand of God, where he'll slip up and lapse back into Mark terminology. And then in the stories too, you'll have things happening. Like there's one where they're where they're multiplying, where Jesus is multiplying the food, and in Mark they're in the desert, and he goes and multiplies the loaves and fishes or whatever, and then you get to Matthew, or maybe it's Luke. It's one of the two. And it says that they're in a city. And in the Mark version, remember they're in a desert. He says, "Now go out to all the towns around you," or I'm sorry, I forget how it goes, but basically Mark says, "Go out to all the towns surrounding," because they're in the desert, they have to go into towns. But Matthew leaves that in there, even though he places this scene in the middle of a city. Because he's telling him to go out and get stuff. I think it's food or something. I forget what it is.
I thought it was go out and preach.
No. It's a different. It's
Different
with
example.
It's with one of the miracles, the multiplying of the loaves and fishes.
Well, I don't think. Oh wait, yeah, there was. Never mind. I don't see like how that's an example of copying.
Well, because it doesn't make sense in the Matthean story to say go out into the towns and villages to get these supplies. Because they're in a city, Matthew places it in the city. But it makes perfect sense in the Markan version of the story because they're not in a city, they're in the middle of the desert.
Hang on, I gotta read this.
Here, do you want me to find you the exact story?
Yes, because I think that there are two stories of
There are, and even in Mark.
There's the feeding of the 5,000, and then there is also the feeding of, I think, the 4,000.
Yeah, the best example of the phenomenon, though, I'm sorry, it was Luke. It was Luke. Though,
Okay.
is Luke's version of the feeding of the 5,000. Matthew 14:13-21, Mark 6:30-44, Luke 9:10-17. In spite of, or perhaps because of the familiarity of the story, a feature in Luke's account is sometimes missed. Mark says that the disciples go away with Jesus into a desert place. Luke, however, resets the scene in a city called Bethsaida. This then causes all sorts of problems when Luke goes on to agree with Mark. So in Mark chapter 6, it says, "And when the hour was already becoming late, his disciples, having approached him, were saying, 'This is a desert place, and already the hour is late. Send them away so that they may go into the surrounding country and villages to buy something for themselves to eat.'" Now in Luke's version, remember, they're in the city of Bethsaida. Luke's has, "And the day began to draw in, and the 12 said, 'Send away the crowd so that they may go into the surrounding villages and countryside to lodge and find provisions, because we are here in a desert place.'" Okay.
Where's that in Luke?
Luke chapter 9, verse 12. So he's using Mark's setting of a desert, except Luke forgets that he changed it to taking place in Bethsaida. And you've got the same thing happening in Matthew, where again, Mark is that mediating term. He's the middle term, where that's the reset is always on Mark, and that's the editorial fatigue happening.
Okay, that makes no sense whatsoever. Why the heck would Luke, say that Jesus was in the city, and the crowds were in a city called Bethsaida, and then completely skip over that, and then say that they're in a desert just because Mark says so?
Because he's copying from Mark.
Have you not read the rest of Luke's gospel?
Luke says we're in a desert place, even though a couple verses before he sets the whole setting in Bethsaida. And why is in Luke's version does it say he's in a desert place? Because that's where Mark's version happens, which is Luke is using Mark.
Where does Luke say that they're in a desert place?
Chapter 9, verse 12. Send away the crowd so that they may go into the surrounding villages and countryside to lodge and find provisions, because we are here in a desert place.
It says, hang on, I need my Greek, because my translation says lonely place.
Done.
Yeah, it's common for English translations to smooth over these kind of problems.
Actually, I find that the Greek actually clarifies it much more.
But it's the same Greek term used in Matthew. It's the same Greek word. I'm sorry, in Mark.
Eremos.
Right.
Um, Eremos does not mean desert. Does not strictly mean desert.
Well, does it mean city?
No, it means a lonely place.
Right.
It could
So
actually
what
a couple of other.
what's your Bible say in Mark?
Let me look. What chapter is it?
Chapter 6, verse 35 to 36. Anyway, yeah, I don't want to take over Kevin's hangout, but we can change the subject and talk about it in a different venue
It
if you
says
want.
lonely.
Okay.
Well, it's not my hangout. I'm helping Ruben. So.
Do you think it's possible that maybe since it was nighttime, and everyone might have been asleep in their beds, that might have been what it was talking about? It's a lonely place, so none of their stores are open.
I think the explanation that Doug is giving seems to be the most reasonable explanation of what we have available. We may not have 100% certainty of any explanation, but I think that's the most likely one. Is that he was copying from Mark and he forgot where he was in the story when he copied it.
Okay, but it seems weird that
And if they're in a
Luke,
city, why would they go into the surrounding village for supplies? They're in a city.
because there are fields in the surrounding countryside which have things growing in them.
Right, but he says go into the surrounding villages and countryside to lodge and find provisions. Because we're
Yeah.
here in a lonely place. A lonely place being the city of Bethsaida, where they could easily find provisions and lodging.
I'm losing my place here. What is the ultimate, to decide this point, what is the ultimate goal?
Well, I'm defending the idea that Matthew was not copying from Mark, but Mark was copying from Matthew in many situations. And he's trying. Well, actually, I'm not. In that case, I'm not exactly sure why I am even talking about this specific topic, because I have no problem with Luke being copying off of Mark.
But like I said, we have the similar things happening in Matthew, like the Herod Antipas being called Tetrarch the whole story through, except then Matthew slips back into using the Markan term, king. You have him saying kingdom of heaven or kingdom of God. Or I'm sorry, he has kingdom of heaven the whole time, and then one or two times, I forget how many it is, he slips back into using the Markan term. Even though through the whole rest of the gospel he's using his own unique term that no one else uses.
I don't see a problem with Matthew using the term God because he uses it quite often.
But kingdom of God, he always says kingdom of heaven.
No, he says kingdom of God a few times. Maybe it's because he refers to kingdom of heaven in two different contexts.
To kingdom of God.
Okay, yes, but a lot of the time he's using it in different contexts, for different reasons.
Like in the trial scene where Mark and Matthew are using it for the exact same context. Why would he be using it for a different reason? Why wouldn't he say kingdom of?
He says you will see this on the right hand of power. He doesn't say kingdom of God.
And what's Mark say? Right hand of power?
No, he says kingdom of God. So you're telling me that Matthew copied off of Mark and got kingdom of power because he didn't want to use kingdom of God, or right hand of power because he didn't want to use kingdom of God.
I heard. Here he comes.
So he was going nuts, and I told Mark, and when I called him.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, what was that?
Wait, what did I say?
No, I was wondering what that interruption was. I heard random talking.
Okay, it's really late. I need to go to bed. I keep failing at going to bed at the time I really should be, and I only have one more week until the school starts. So I'll leave. I'll write a blog post about this topic sometime in the near future.
Yeah, add me to your Google Plus, and I'll send you some of the stuff I'm reading too, and we can exchange ideas.
Okay. Till then, take care. Brush your hair. I'll see you when I see you.
All right, have a good night.
Good night.
Sorry about that, Kevin. Kind of got caught up
No,
in
it's
it.
fine. That's what this room is for. We talk about all interfaith. As long as it doesn't become like a giant heated debate, then I think it's fine.
Just wanted to quickly apologize for that. We had coyotes at our house, and our dog was in my room, and I forgot it wasn't muted. It was my first time on here, so sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. Anyway, what do you guys want to talk about?
How does any of that relate to where we were at? We were discussing Hellenism and the context of Jesus emerging out of that.
Well, we got onto authorship and then just took off from there. Because he was talking about who was writing the Gospels.
But there should be some kind of historical context from scholars that would inform what you guys were discussing. I mean, how does the outcome of whether Matthew used Mark or vice versa relate to what we were discussing?
In regards to what kind of culture the authors were coming out of, or how they used each other as sources?
Well, I'm just trying to put it within the context of where we were at, so that it's not perceived as something tangential, but that is something that is a seed that could foster our investigation to what we were previously discussing.
Well, I think it does play into it, because once you recognize the synoptics are literarily dependent on each other, and how, like, for example, Matthew, a lot of people think he wrote from Syria, because that would make sense of his equal familiarity with Aramaic and obviously Greek, and I think Hebrew too. So, and some of the features of the Gospels themselves can give hints to where the authors were or weren't. Like, also in Mark, he messes up the geography a lot in Galilee. So if he's from Galilee, that seems unlikely. But if he's from outside of Galilee in the Hellenistic diaspora, it would make sense that he wouldn't be, super familiar with the geographical location of all these little towns and villages. And also, like, in the parables, they misrepresent agricultural practices and pastoral practices in Mark's gospel. So it doesn't seem like Mark was from Galilee, or even really familiar with all the ins and outs of Jewish religious practice. And like John, he thinks the high priest only serves for a year. They serve for life. So these kind of hints where they look like they're not familiar with what they should be familiar with, if they're from that area, can give us hints of, okay, who were these guys? One, we know that they wrote in a highly rhetorical styled Greek. I mean, they were putting together, they obviously they didn't just know Greek, they knew like literary conventions, and they had more than just a knowledge of Greek. They had an advanced literary training. And you know, these all play into trying to figure out who the authors were. And then when you look at how these sources used each other too, that just adds to the case even more.
Yeah, and I think the advanced literary knowledge just is good historical data that these were not eyewitnesses, because the eyewitnesses, based on the story, were just common people, you know, tax collectors, fishermen. I mean, how likely, as far as I think what Crossan says, is it's highly unlikely that that group would produce educated Greek authors.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. You can't say definitively one way or the other. You just have to look at where it seemed the characteristics seem to be pointing. And yeah, I agree. I think a lot of these guys were almost, in fact, all of them, at least in the Gospels, were writing outside of um, Galilee and outside of Judea.
Yeah, and you have people like William Lane Craig, who just looks at these guys as being eyewitnesses as sort of his presuppositional position, and he kind of disqualifies himself as a historian when he does that.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Doug, I started looking into Steven Pinker's book about what it was, something about angels you recommended to me.
Oh, the better angels, the better. Actually, I think Wayne recommended it to you, but the book is yeah, the better angels of our nature, or something like that.
Yeah,
I don't know much about that book, so I'm pretty sure I did not recommend it.
I think
I may like it, but I never don't know anything about it.
I think it was you, Doug, and I'm interested in it because you know, he gives evidence that we've moved into an era of less violence than previous generations, which it seems strange to even consider with our involvement in foreign wars and mass murders, etc. But you know, that's his position.
Well, think of it this way: if someone like trying to think of a really, I don't know, someone like Xerxes or Hannibal or you know, some ancient conqueror that just was just bent on domination. If they had had our modern technology at their disposal, I think we would live. Our world today would be way different. We'd have way more people dying than we have today. But who knows? Maybe not. Because if they're getting our technology, they'd be getting our culture too. So.
I mean, I've just started the book, so I'm not sure where he's going with it. But it seems to me, with Obama, you know, creating these drone strikes, I don't know how much of a sign that is that we're moving away from violence.
Well, we're definitely not away from violence, for sure.
Actually, I haven't recommended that book per se, but since you reminded me what it's about, I have recommended a video on YouTube by Pinker discussing the same subject called The History of Violence. It's a TED Talk that he does.
Uh-huh. Well, check that out. Because the way I look at it is the perception of God in the Old Testament really precipitated sort of background justification for eliminating unwanted peoples. And I think we can trace it back to what the Jews did in creating their God of the Old Testament. That's how I look at it. I mean, you certainly can't look at Jesus's words as being advocating the, genocidal sort of strategies. I mean, there's nothing that I know of that is attributed to him as having said that even comes close to the Old Testament God.
I put the link in the side chat.
Anyone have a reason why I can't find Will Herb on Google Plus? Like, I'm typing his name exact, but I'm getting a zillion other people. Does anyone know how to find someone more specifically? Oh, never mind. I found that out. Sorry. Continue.
Speaking of the fact that this is an interfaith community here, is there any evidence that across the globe there are actions being taken by groups that are comprised of interfaith constituents that are actually proposing ideas that might be best for the planet?
Maybe in small scale. I don't know about in large scale.
Yeah, it seems long overdue to me, and especially because our own country seems to be involved in trying to moderate between generation-long violent disputes between people. It seems to me to be axiomatic that we should be looking for something that's beyond the strictures of parochial views of the world that might yield to a more peaceable planet. Because my thought is, we can sit here and be smart and be intelligent and awesome, but if we're not adding to the amelioration of unnecessary violence in the world, what good is this discussion?
Well, you got to start somewhere.
Well, that's why I'm wondering. I'm thinking this type of a discussion, if it's can be reflected somewhere where people actually have political power, it would be advantageous. But if it's reduced to these narrowly attended hangouts, we might be just spinning our wheels. I would hope that someone out there is trying to communicate with the aforementioned enemy.
Perhaps.
I mean, that was part of what Obama, started out with, his campaign and getting elected, was saying that, that he would look for opportunities to open discussion with nations that were, considered to be unworthy of sitting at the table. But I don't see him really having fulfilled that promise, but I think it was a good idea. Okay, too political. Let's go theological.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm like distracted by a bunch of other stuff on my computer right now. I apologize.
Oh, Doug, come on. You're our man. You're the savior.
No, not me.
Yes, you and Kevin. You, Kevin, and Wayne. We haven't heard from anyone else, but you guys seem to have the seeds of seeds for solution.
If I just had half the knowledge that Kevin had, I'd be happy.
I think alcohol is a solution.
Very good,
Did,
Wayne.
did you hear that? Did you hear my cork opening?
Well, I mean, if that's what it takes, then let's just get alcohol into as many nations as we can.
I think it's everywhere except some Muslim countries, isn't it?
Well, they need to catch up.
Even in Saudi Arabia, Reuben, where it's illegal. I'm not doubting there's black markets for it, but I wonder how widespread it really is. It's not like it's hard to make.
It was also a favorite of Christopher Hitchens, if I'm not mistaken.
Did he like, was it black or did he like green or red or something? I forget.
No, I think he liked black.
Uh,
Yeah, there you go. What do you guys think of Sam Harris and Bill Maher sort of painting the Islamic community as being not helpful toward a peaceful solution to world problems, given that they it's part of their history to advocate death to apostates?
I don't know. I mean,
You're way more diplomatic saying that than they were, the way you phrase it. But I agree with their basic thesis. Yeah, I think the theology basically gets in the way of solutions.
Yeah, I know Ben Affleck gave them a hard time and was basically trying to say that they were being, they were whitewashing the entire Islamic community. But I see what Bill Maher and Sam Harris are saying as being just factual. I mean, it's a part of, Islamic history that they equate apostasy with deserving of death, and that certainly can't be a good sign for religion overall.
Yeah, I agree with the main thesis that Sam Harris has at Interfaith, although a lot of people hate his thesis, vehemently. But faith itself is the problem. It's not necessarily, having faith in the wrong thing that's the problem. It's that faith itself is the problem. It's that, trusting tradition and things too much without good evidence for it just doesn't. It's not condoning a good solutions to our problems.
yeah, see, that's
The
right.
problem is not that people have religious faith or spirituality. The problem is absolutism. We have whole spiritual traditions in the modern day that are based on the idea of upholding an absolute truth, when for thousands of years that was not the case.
Yeah, so I think you might slightly disagree with Harris on that.
Just a little.
Yeah, I don't think that faith is the problem either. I mean, that seems to be going way too far, in my opinion.
Really? Why
Because
do you
you
say
don't
that?
need faith to have this kind of organized doctrinal violence,
Yeah, but isn't this fanatical religion, fundamentalism, a major problem in coming to world peace solutions?
I think it's just fanaticism of any type is the problem, whether it be religious or political or sectarian or anything like that.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that because in this debate I was just listening to today with Richard Dawkins and some Muslim journalists, the journalist was really holding Dawkins' feet to the fire because Dawkins was really attributing most of the concern to religious fanatics, whereas the Muslim journalist was trying to say it's fanaticism in general, not necessarily religious fanaticism.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure either. I'm not familiar enough with the Quran even to say that. I've heard it from both sides saying that the stuff that seems to be universal endorsement of killing apostates or people of other religions or whatever. Some people, I don't know if it's particular in the case of killing apostates, but I've heard people, like there was one passage where it said, someone said, kill them wherever you find them, something like that. But then, I think it was in a hangout, someone had read the verses before it, and it was much more specific than that. Than
Yeah, well,
just
that was
kill all apostates,
Yeah, that was this guy's particular view, is he was saying it wasn't part of the Quran necessarily that it advocated death to Muslims who leave the faith, but he was saying it was a historical tradition of scholars that advocated it.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing too, yeah. So I don't know what to make of it. I mean, I don't know enough about the Quran, like I said, to know for sure whether or not these kinds of things are certain teachings of the Quran.
Yeah, but it seems to me, without investigating it thoroughly, it seems that Bill Maher and Sam Harris might be onto something here, because they both cite that moderate Muslims have really not come out in defending their faith, fearing that by doing so they might be targeted as worthy of murder. So whether or not it comes from the Quran or it comes from a tradition of scholars, there definitely seems to be a reticence among moderate Muslims to come out in criticism of the extremist practices.
Is it their responsibility, though? I mean, would you say it's Christians' responsibility to make public, to distance themselves publicly, say, from like people who bomb abortion clinics and?
Yeah, I do. I mean, even tonight I got into this argument with my brother-in-law on Facebook. He's a fundamentalist, and I just said, defend the xenophobia, misogyny, racism, homophobia of the God of the Old Testament. If you're not going to defend it, then don't tell us to read the book. I think it is the responsibility of those who know better to distance themselves from what's being presented globally. I mean, people don't know any different. They figure, this is part of Islamic belief system, is to, engage in these terrorist acts. And without the criticism of the moderates, what are we left to?
How much effect do you think that would have?
I think it would have a huge effect.
On the radicals?
Well, just on the overall education of people who are,
Painting
viewers.
Islam with the same brush?
Yeah, just viewers of news. I mean, we don't know what the moderate view is because we almost never are exposed to it. And I think it's something that's largely lacking. In that sense, I agree with Bill Maher and Sam Harris. I mean, if it's the position of most Muslims to be against these terrorist acts, then I would think, my God, if not distance yourself from this, what would you what would you distance yourself from? I mean, I think it's a perfect opportunity to educate the world.
Yeah, I think some of that is going on. I mean, you've got a lot of prominent British Muslims who often come out against these kinds of extremists. But the other thing too is it's not always easy for like just some middle of the road Muslims to get a platform and say, yeah, like everybody else, we don't endorse these kinds of fanatical forms of Islam, you know. But the ones that have the ability to have a venue to say that, I think a lot of them do.
Yeah,
But yeah, you know, like I said, I don't know a ton. I don't listen to a ton of the news on this stuff. I'm not out there looking for the moderate Muslim condemning these acts, so I don't know how much it's going on versus how much it's not or should be.
Well,
But I actually don't think that they have a responsibility to do that. I mean, if it's truly a perversion of Islam, I don't necessarily think it just falls automatically as a burden on the shoulders of moderate Islam to you know, come out all the time and condemn it, even though I think they do. I mean,
and if they do, they do in very minimal opportunities because we just don't hear about it enough. And I think it is incumbent on them to distance themselves from this so that they can educate the world community on what Islam is all about. Now, maybe the fact that they're so reticent about it is because they do revere the historical tradition of scholars that advocate death to apostates, you know, that move outside of the religion. I think this is like a major absence of opportunity for education.
yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, I think, yeah, people from any religious tradition should use their voice to condemn the extreme, dangerous forms of it.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it just underscores Christopher Hitchens' concern that religion, you know, poisons everything. And so, to me, if that's not the case, then when there's the opportunity to educate the world community, it's incumbent on those who know better to say differently. Otherwise, you know, Christopher Hitchens is right. Religion poisons everything. And as much as I love Christopher and I respect him, you know, beyond compare with most journalists, you know, I feel like you know, his view needs to be modified somewhat.
So, what would you have to see for you to be satisfied with, where you would come to the opinion that, okay, I feel like moderate Islam is doing enough to distance themselves and condemn the radicals? What kind of things would you want to see to where you'd be at the point where you could say that you're happy with?
Well, for one, there's a great opportunity to write books about it, or to be available for CNN, MSNBC, even Fox, to get on the air and present your view. But it just doesn't seem to be a real pressing issue. But to me, there's no more pressing issue than for the world to be witnessing these acts of terror, and for people to kind of like to be almost taking the politically correct viewpoint, not to offend any Muslims by raising any criticism against these terrorist activities. I mean, I just think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think people just have a kind of an automatic reflex against stuff where if they think, even if they think incorrectly, that it's xenophobic or racist or, you know, stuff like that. If they even get a sense that that's going on, I think people sometimes have a knee-jerk reaction to be against it. Like, that's why I think people like Sam Harris and Bill Maher have been accused of being like anti-Islam, or what do they call it? They're not racist exactly. Yeah, Islamophobic. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but it's to me,
you can't say they're Arab phobic because there's too much ethnic diversity in Islam.
I don't know. I just feel like it's almost like when they present their opinions, they're doing so like walking on eggshells, and to me they shouldn't be. And they wouldn't feel like they needed to walk on eggshells if there was more of a moderate voice out there that was actually defending what is considered to be central to Islamic beliefs. Now, if the case is that the Islamic belief system really is in support of these extremist views, I mean, that's a totally different thing. But I just feel like we're sort of at a stalemate here due to political correctness, where people are afraid to criticize anything that's related to religious orientation, or gay orientation, or feminist orientation, or whatever. I think Robert Price would probably agree with me, given his conservative stripe.
He definitely would. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Well, and aren't they being given reason to be afraid too? I mean, I've seen a lot of stories lately about a lot of flower shops, and if they don't cater to homosexuals, they're actually being shut down. People who have had these businesses for years and years, because they adhere to their beliefs and don't agree with the others, they lose their business.
How do you define catering?
Well, like, for example, they're having their ceremony, which they would call a wedding, and like if they don't provide the flowers to them, then the shop gets shut down or fined and can no longer operate because it's considered discrimination.
Well, do you think like certain restaurants should be allowed to not allow blacks to eat there? Is that should be allowed?
I think what he's talking about, just to play a little devil's advocate, is if a florist, to use his example, knows or is made aware that this person is gay, and the person who runs the florist shop decides not to sell him something, that they could be fined for that, or they could be shut down as a basis for that judgment call. Right. Even though a lot of businesses, they technically have the right to refuse service to anyone.
Do they though? I mean, do they actually have that right? Can they literally refuse service for any basis, for any reason? I mean, they can't refuse service to handicapped people, even if they want to.
Well, you take the risk of being sued regardless, but they do have the right to make the refusal.
If you say, "Oh, you're in a wheelchair, get out of here," I mean, you can't say that. It's actually illegal.
Well, like a lot of times when the sign is
considered a public.
When it says that they reserve the right to refuse service to anyone, like
but yeah, I know they post those signs, but they actually don't have that right.
Yeah.
I mean, these places, the Supreme Court, I think, has even ruled in a lot of cases that public businesses are considered, to some extent, public places.
Yeah.
And you can't have institutionalized discrimination happening there. No.
Sure.
Which I agree with that.
Well, as do I. It's just, like I said, playing a little devil's advocate for the sake of this.
But I guess there is some balancing point. I mean, I can't see why you'd want to refuse business personally, but
Yeah, agreed.
If
I
there's
mean,
something more important than money underlying your business.
yeah, but I mean, what's the harm in selling someone flowers?
If you don't agree the purpose for which they're being used.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess I. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, to me, we seem to be poised perfectly right now in the trajectory of history to make a major statement about the dangers of fundamentalism, whether it's Christianity or Islam or anything. I mean, I think we're perfectly poised, and there's all kinds of support that would be really revolutionizing if we just came out and said it and had open debates about this kind of thing. And to me, it would be a great opportunity for a pluralistic, diverse world that allows for different views, as long as people are not scapegoating others for their fundamentalist means. I think there's just a wide range of opportunity for this to be made today, and the fact that it isn't happening, to me, just really kind of speaks to the foolishness that political correctness can get to, where you can't justifiably criticize someone based on faith, and I just think that's a huge problem.
There's another side to that, you understand. This is a point of contention I've had for a variety of reasons, both by being a non-Christian, a pagan, but also by being gay. I think that his turnabout's fair play. I don't expect somebody to accept my religious beliefs. They can think I'm a heathen, whatever they want. I don't expect somebody to accept that I'm a homosexual. I don't care. Because in a lot of cases, I've been around several Christians, I don't accept their religion. So I afford them the same courtesy, that if they choose to have a certain view about me, or that they want to believe something about me, that's fine. It's how they act that matters. If
Right.
they act like a dipshit, I don't care what the reason is. I have a reason to protest that. But
Exactly.
I shouldn't have the right just to protest what somebody holds as a belief, just on the basis of it being different, or because it's viewed as politically incorrect. Whatever.
No, absolutely. I agree totally. It all comes down to what your public behavior is.
Yes.
You know, it doesn't matter that I'm a Pentecostal Quaker. Who gives a fuck? But if I go out and I conduct myself in a way that demeans others just simply because they're of the identified group that I call an enemy, then that's a problem, and it's usually a problem of some kind of fundamentalist view. You know, you could say it's dogmatic. You could say it's true.
There are some very dogmatic LGBT people, very dogmatic feminists, dogmatic environmentalists. There's just as many dogmatisms on whatever side of the fence you are on.
Exactly.
That are just as vehement, that are just as acidic and caustic.
Yeah, exactly, and that's my point. Is, to me, I look at all of that as being of the same stripe.
Yep.
You know, you can believe, you can be as extreme as you want in your personal beliefs, but when it comes down to public policy, you're respecting other people's right to live the way they want to live. You don't infringe on their ability to do that, and there you have it.
Don't be a dick.
Yeah, it doesn't need to go beyond your being a dick.
Yeah, exactly. But like I said, if I can't do enough research to realize that the people who run Chick-fil-A are anti-gay, and I go in there and shop, and then I discover that, then I should leave. But if I already know that and I go in there, then I'm baiting them. I'm baiting them to discriminate me. And I think that's a lot of what goes on with the whole political correctness. They already have a pre-existing notion about what that person does and they're about, and they're trying to bait that person. They're trolling. I think trolling is a big problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, they're doing it for a reason, I think, too, though. I mean, yeah, in some cases maybe they're just doing it to just do it, but they're taking a Rosa Parks approach in a lot of cases where they're intentionally trying to create a public
new consensus. They're trying to force a new consensus upon everyone. Everyone should agree with the same thing.
But what do you guys think about like that? Do you think private businesses should have the right to discriminate against anyone they want for any reason?
Not for any reason, but there's a certain reasonable element.
Well, what's a good reason? What would be a reason that's acceptable and one that's not acceptable?
Okay. I go into a restaurant and they have a suspicion that I'm gay. They don't know for sure, but they have a suspicion. And they treat me like absolute shit as a result of that. That's not acceptable.
How are you going to prove that to them, though?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if they're just treating you like shit,
because of their
even if you're sure that it's because they think you're gay, I mean, that probably already goes on. It's just too hard to prove that it's because they think a certain thing about you. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But like, just to say, like, back in the day, just to go back, like, you could literally just refuse to serve black people at your restaurant if you wanted to. Can't do that anymore. Or if you thought it was inconvenient to serve, say, someone in a wheelchair, you can't do that anymore either. You just have to serve them. So, do you guys think that's going too far? That they should have the right to serve whoever they want since it's their private business, or do you think that since they're public, well, maybe you don't agree that they're public, but if it's a public place, say, that they should have to serve certain people regardless of whether they want to or not?
Well,
what do you guys
I will
think?
respond to that on a very basic level. I have celiac disease, which means that I have to eat gluten-free. I am not knowingly going to walk in to a random burger joint and demand of them to feed me and clean all of their stuff and say that everything has to be made according to my specific dietary restrictions. I'm not going to do that. So, in my mind, I'm not going to go in somewhere wearing my pentacle because I'm Wiccan and say, okay, you can't do this because I'm Wiccan. Like, I'm not going to do that. If I knowingly go into a restaurant and I'm wearing my pentacle, then I'm just going to expect them to treat me like a normal human being. If they make a deal out of it, then they're making the deal, not me. They started it.
Yeah, and I've been there too. Sarah, with regards to the pagan thing. Because I've been a part of various different groups, and I've gone in, and we've had, light discussion that broaches the subject of polytheism or different mythologies, and been given absolutely terrible service. But you know what happens? I don't go back. Yeah, and then I find a new place, and vast majority of times nobody cares, because I bring 8 people, and we all eat a lot of food.
So it sounds like you guys are saying, I mean, obviously Sarah's saying that in the case of celiacs, like, businesses shouldn't be forced to provide just like a special menu and special cooking equipment, right? Is that what you're saying?
Like if you're vegan or fruitarian, or you need a gluten-free diet or whatever. It's nice that they have the options, but that's from their perspective what they should do if they'd like to get a little bit more business from maybe a different demographic that wouldn't always go there.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense to me too, and that's where I'm wondering, like, yeah, I think it would be crazy too to force every business to. I mean, no offense, sir, but I think it would be kind of crazy to force every business to have like a celiacs option,
Oh, I agree.
But on the other hand, I just have a major problem if people just want to just refuse service. Like I said, if someone's handicapped, You know.
Right, but Doug, that's the thing is, to use that example of the handicap or the black, if a business was to do that, think of all the forms of media we have today, television, radio, internet, it'd be all across. That business would be marked for death, basically. I mean, for them to deny on those grounds is basically suicide for the business. They would
Oh,
not.
I definitely don't doubt that. I'm just wondering, what do you guys think from a legal point of view? Do you think they should have the right to do that, even if it's financial suicide potentially for the business? Should they even be allowed to say refuse service to a handicapped person or to someone of a certain race that they don't like?
Well, a lot of these laws were put in place in a time where some of the states and localities themselves actually mandated discrimination. So they had to have laws on a higher level in order to supersede the lower level laws that were discriminatory themselves. And I think we live in a much different society now. I think, back then, if somebody's discriminating against blacks, you go to the next restaurant, and guess what? They're also discriminating against blacks. You go to the next restaurant, they're also discriminating against blacks. It was just too widespread then, so the only good solution they had was just to ban discrimination for everybody. But I think now you're just not going to get that kind of uniformity anymore. I think I think there's always going to be another place available that's going to serve you. So I think the time for that kind of solution is kind of past.
Yeah, well, the question becomes, would we have a different culture if, say, all that kind of black activism, like the Rosa Parks style activism, hadn't gone on? Would the culture have changed?
I don't know. That's a good question.
But
yeah, I don't know either. I have no idea.
But I don't know. This whole Chick-fil-A thing really disturbs me. I mean, if somebody comes in and they appear to be gay, whatever that means, it doesn't seem like it should be allowed based on the state that you're in, that it's okay because they're anti-gay in that state, so you can't have a chicken sandwich. You're gonna have to make one yourself at home. That just doesn't seem to me to be the federally justifiable.
But that's not something we're seeing. That's not what you're saying, right, Frank?
Well, I don't know if I don't know what happened with the Chick-fil-A thing.
They just came out publicly. One of the higher ups in the company just publicly came out against gay marriage, essentially.
Yeah, it was a few years ago. People made a big stink about it.
But are those people being denied sandwiches?
I didn't hear of anyone being denied.
No,
service.
They're not being denied service. It's just the view. It happens all the time. Every so often, they'll find out that some ancient CEO is against gay marriage, and then people will make a huge stink about it, and they'll boycott the restaurant.
Yeah.
Don't go. Big deal. End of story. I've never walked into a Chick-fil-A. I have 1,000 other places that serve fucking chicken. If I go out to the San Gabriel Valley, they serve chicken and waffles, some of the best places in town, and it's fucking much better. So...
No, I get that, but you think they should be allowed to not serve gays, though?
They're not doing that. They're not doing that.
Well, I'm just saying, say they were.
Yeah, that's what's hard is we're not really answering Doug's original question. Is should it?
Yeah, where do you draw these lines? That's my question. When is it okay to discriminate, and when isn't it?
Well, if I walked into a random diner, let's say I started to go cross country, and I was in the middle of fucking Arkansas or Nebraska, or middle of fucking nowhere. I walk into the town.
Mississippi.
Yeah, whatever the case may be, whatever minority you want to pick for this example, and I walk in, and they give me the fucking stink eye, like I'm in there fucking butt naked with S&M gear or something ridiculous, like they look at me like, what the fuck just walked in here, and I'm either excluded or asked to leave or whatever case may be. That's that restaurant's right to do that. I mean, there's a manager there are people working there, probably many of them know each other. We're really only having this discussion because corporate restaurants, corporate shops, have to set particular policies that are more inclusive by definition. That's why they're successful. If some little, shop in the middle of nowhere decides they don't fucking like me and they kick me out, when am I ever gonna go back there? When am I ever gonna go back there?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Easier just to not
Just to
patronize
leave.
those places. Yeah.
No, I totally hear what you're saying, Kevin, but to me it doesn't seem to be any different than someone denying a service to a black person. The only difference is it's easier to identify a black person than it is a gay person. But it seems to me to be essentially the same thing, and I don't feel like these businesses should be allowed to do that. I mean, to me, it's different than, say, a landlord who doesn't want to rent to you because you look like you're a party animal or something, and you're going to be loud all night or something. I mean, that's his right to choose who he's going to rent to. But if you're being denied because you're black or because you're gay, to me, that just seems to be against the law of the land at this point, or primarily, for the most part.
Well, it's definitely against the law of the land, but the question is a moral question. Should it be the law of the land?
Well, I think the law of the land should only be addressing public matters, and I think when they address private matters, they're overextending their jurisdiction and violating their own reason for being, basically.
Well, let me give you sort of example of when it's not private. There is a little store. It's been there for freaking ever in my hometown. I drive down there because a lot of my friends still live out there. It's about 20 minutes away, and this place is Christian run. When you go in there, there are like Bible quotes and like crosses all over the walls. There's just this. It's a little sandwich shop. It's family run, the whole thing. If I walk in there with a guy and they don't know, but maybe that person, from whatever their preconceived notion, looks gay and they decide to treat us like that, then hey, they do. But I'm kind of opening myself up for discrimination if this person was my date and I decided to kiss them in the restaurant. What is they can assume is what's the deal, but is ultimately private. Does not it becomes not private when I broadcast it that way. The same thing if I started discussing very private kind of matters of sexuality in a public place.
But again,
that's why it's a gray area.
It is a gray area. I think that's where it's really hard.
That's what I mean.
Because it's too hard to draw the lines, and we have our cultural biases. I mean, today we might think it's okay to, today, like what you're saying, Kevin, you say you think it's okay for if a business doesn't want to serve gay people. Fine, that that's barbaric or whatever, but I guess that's all right, and I don't want to go back there anyway because I don't want to patronize those people.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Yeah, it's just.
And it keeps
really
all
hard.
those kind of intolerant people in those establishments. It does the work for me.
I totally hear what you're saying, Kevin, but I can't get away from my concept that, to me, because of what we've gone through as a nation for the most part, I mean, a lot of states are condoning gay marriages now. To me, it seems to be a civil right that gays should be able to have a sandwich wherever the fuck they want to have a sandwich, and if you're discriminated from doing that, I don't see that as any different than having white-only water fountains.
Yeah, I don't see the difference there. I think it's just what we're culturally used to. We're more removed from the days of where race discrimination was acceptable, and so it seems totally beyond the pale to us. But we're not so far removed from discrimination against gay people, and so it seems like maybe if they don't want to serve gays, what's the big deal, But I don't know. I kind of see it that it's pretty much on par with having a anti-black or white-only restaurant. I don't see really a difference there, personally.
I can respect that.
Not a substantive difference.
I mean,
Could be
that's
wrong,
one of
but that's just my judgment.
to me, that's one of the great things that the black community has done for us as a nation is, as late as the 60s, is hold the feet of the law to the fire to say, no, if the Constitution means anything, it means respect of every individual. So, I mean, I give them total credit for pushing the issue, and the fact that they had to push it at the point of a gun and violence in the mid-60s is unconscionable. And here it is 40 years later, and we're talking about the same thing with gays. I find it unconscionable.
And it goes beyond that too. I mean, if someone walks in who's obviously, the image of Middle Easterner wearing Middle Eastern getup, he's a Muslim, Like, I think that's discrimination on the same level as racial discrimination too.
No, absolutely, it's the same thing. But the reason I'm so hot under the collar about this is because, to me, that's the whole point of me for myself. That's part of why I'm sort of, in this interfaith community, is because I recognize that the world is made up of all kinds of diversities, and the only way we're going to make it work is if we respect that. So I really feel like our theological, academic, historical discussions here really are a waste of time unless we're also trying to develop a more pluralistic world. I mean, what's the point of us talking about fucking Marcion if it's not going to make a difference in how we conduct our lives? But I think the fact that we spend so much time in investigating history and respecting different cultures and honoring different orientations, the reason why that's important to us, I would think, is because ultimately it should impact our public behavior.
I do agree and disagree with you there. Like, I think just the fact that even if the topic of what you said, like making some kind of political difference, even if it never comes up in this hangout, which obviously it has, but even if it never came up, just the fact that you've got people from different walks of life talking to each other, period, about anything, I think is helpful in its own right. Because people start to see, hey, this person's really not that different from me, other than they have this different belief.
Yeah, but my point is the reason you find it helpful is because it's the beginning step towards an ultimate expectation, right? I mean, what good is it for us just to acknowledge differences? Here we are communicating. What good is it if it's not going to impact and promote a better social environment? I mean, you know what I mean? It's almost like we are experiencing that better social environment when we do this. Therefore, it's a sign, and to me, a seed of what can be planted into, in greater environments, in greater communities, other than 8 people.
I hear what you're saying, but I think there's a time and place for everything too. You know what I mean? Don't you agree with that? I'm not saying that we shouldn't discuss it here. I'm having a fun discussion. I'm just saying, for example, like if you're having some like ecclesiastical convention where you're having a bunch of different types of church groups coming together, well, I guess that's a bad example. I don't know. I just think some meetings are geared or are there for a particular purpose, with a particular purpose in mind, and other beneficial factors might just come about because the meeting itself took place.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is even if we're not consciously seeking a political and worldwide goal here. My point is the fact that we value what it is we do here is not because it benefits us just personally. I think it benefits us publicly, and that's
Good.
and that's why we do it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be just doing this because it benefits me. I'm doing this because it benefits the whole world that we have open communication with people of different orientations. It's not just my serves my parochial very individualistic interest in honoring different orientations. I mean, that's just kind of to me that just seems like kind of a selfish masturbatory event, which this is not, as much as you might have thought it was.
Yeah, though I have to admit, I mean, I'm getting a lot of personal benefit from it too, which I'd probably attend anyway because I just love learning about different religious traditions, just for the sake of the knowledge itself,
No, absolutely, but I think ultimately the reason why you value it personally is it because it benefits you in your relations with others. That's all I'm saying.
It does do that. I won't deny it.
Yeah. And so I really feel like we're sort of like a microcosm here of what can occur in greater venues, and the fact that we can do this respectfully, I think, is amazing, and just the experience of it itself is a tremendous. That's data that should be collected by atheists out there who think that people of different faiths are just off their fucking rockers. No, I mean, people of different orientations can really come together and put their differences aside to achieve common goals. I mean, that's to me just the ultimate aim. Whether it's you and your family, or you and your workplace, or you and your community, or you and your state, or you and your nation, or you and your world.
Preach it, Frank. Preach it.
There you go. Come on now. I only require 5%. You don't need to give 10%, really. Because I think, I mean, that's my own take. Is just like, I think Jesus has been, wildly misunderstood and misrepresented, but I can't see him, if there was a historical Jesus, that he would be averse to what we're saying here. Because it really was kind of like opening the door for everyone. And even John Dominic Crossan, he looked at it as Jesus's foremost priority was getting the disenfranchised to sit at the table. And so, to me, I don't see it any different in what we're doing, because no matter what orientation you might identify yourself with, there's a real propensity to identify what you consider to be disenfranchised, and you're perfectly happy that that group is not at the table with you. But really, to me, the challenge for all of us is that no one should be excluded from the table.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah. And that's why I want to give a fucking gay a goddamn chicken sandwich. I haven't eaten at Chick-fil-A. It's about 20 miles from where I'm at. I don't even know if it's worth the drive.
Hey, can we talk about human sacrifices now?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, that's a much better topic.
I've been dying to talk about this all night, and all we've been talking about is gay people and black people, and I'm just getting tired of it.
Oh my God, Doug, you're hurting me where it hurts the
I'm
most.
just kidding.
So what do you want to
if
know?
you haven't noticed, I have a very dark sense of humor.
Well, I just finished watching Christopher Hitchens. Oh, he was arguing with some archbishop or something. I don't know, and he was just saying how ridiculous it is that God would identify himself with the torture of his son, and anybody who didn't accept the torture of his son as expiation for sins was signing their ticket for eternal torment. And I couldn't help but as usual respect Chris's position. In fact, I'm wondering if Christopher Hitchens is sitting next to Mother Teresa right now, sharing a Chick-fil-A in heaven.
Perhaps.
No, they're dead.
Wayne.
It's a buzzkill.
Come on, Wayne. There's got to be a heaven. I can't stop listening to random independent pop and rock songs. I mean, there's got to be a heaven, because it can't get any better than this.
Wait, what?
I love listening to random indie pop and rock songs. So for me, that's heaven. So the fact that I'm experiencing heaven now and it's going to be over when I'm in the grave, to me is just unthinkable. I want to listen to this fucking music for eternity.
Oh,
That's what I mean by that.
thank you for clarifying.
You're quite welcome. And what's even better than listening to it is sitting at the keyboard and being able to follow along with the chord progressions without any practice. That's like fucking, orgasmic.
One 4 5 1 4 5 1 4 5 1 4.
No, not 1 4.
Sorry.
No, not 1 4 5. Absolutely not.
I know. I'm just joking.
You fucking blues maniac. In fact, what was the one I was playing to tonight? I can't remember the song, but it was what was the chord progression? It was like 2 4 6 1 or something. It was very different, but I enjoyed it immensely. So it was kind of a sad thing for me today to hear Richard Dawkins dissing polytheists.
Did he really?
Yeah,
he
he was.
This is religion in general, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he kind of just dismissed. He just kind of said, "Well, nobody believes in Thor or Mercury anymore, or whatever."
Well, obviously, he needs to come to our hangout.
Yeah, I was just like, "What?" I mean, that was kind of really disappointing to hear him say that.
Well, I'm always the one who likes to find the silver lining. The fact that he brought it up means that it's still relevant.
I don't know. He just kind of sneered and nobody talked about it. I mean, it was an hour and a half discussion, and that was it. All he had to do was sneer about it, and it was done.
He does have somewhat of a valid point. I mean, obviously he's exaggerating, but the world's much more monotheistic than it used to be. There's no.
Yeah, he's trying to make the point that why this God?
Right.
Why not all these other guys? And then I'm like, yeah, why not?
Always number one. Yeah.
Well, he was I think he was kind of trying to say that, sort of in a Darwinian way, we've evolved, away from polytheism, and we've evolved, and we're down to monotheism. We got rid of polytheism, but now if we could just get rid of this fucking monotheism, we'll be all set. I mean, that kind of seemed like what he was saying.
Yeah, I've heard that argument a few times. I'm not surprised.
I mean, outside of that, for the most part, I liked everything he had to say, and the Islamic journalist that was drilling him was really kind of obnoxious. Because Dawkins is saying to him, he goes, "Really?" He goes, I can't believe a 21st century journalist would really think that a prophet would have got on a winged horse and flew off to heaven." I was like,
naturalistic bias.
Yeah, he was like, well, that's fine if you question that, but that's what I believe.
It is what it is, my friends. It is what it is. So, were you being facetious, Doug? Did you actually want to talk about human sacrifice?
I was definitely joking.
Damn it.
I mean, we can talk about it.
No, we've actually...
Is it true the Canaanites did it, or is that just a slander against Canaanites?
Yeah, we've mentioned this a couple times before. I mean, human sacrifice was a thing that many cultures did at one point in history, but it was definitely on its way out.
Yeah, it ended pretty much became unpopular at least pretty early on, right?
Yeah. And a lot of times it was codified in various spiritual traditions as to why it was wrong.
At what date was it considered taboo?
It depends on what culture you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Generally within most of the developing countries, the ones that were more cosmopolitan, largely by the classical period, middle of the first 1,000 years BC, it was already on its way out significantly. Even well before that. So I mean, but it was written down that it was completely forbidden at that point.
So for 1,000 years, and then Jesus shows up. Is that what makes his vicarious death all the more questionable?
No, because the context is culturally specific. The kinds of the kind of sacrifice he's meant to represent is very specific. It's a very specific kind of response to Jewish religion. So I've made that argument a few times.
I happen to believe that human sacrifice in ancient times was only secondarily a religious phenomenon, and that the religious part of it was tacked onto it to make the primary aspect of it more palatable. But that it was basically just an ancient form of birth control and abortion, where to avoid having too many people in the household that you can actually support at that time. But when we started getting to societies where having more population actually helped economically, that started to becoming not a good idea anymore.
I don't know. I don't see that considering the rate of child mortality anyway. I mean, a lot of cultures were just. When you go back that early, we're just trying to have enough kids.
Yeah, but doesn't Greek mythology value human sacrifice?
No.
No?
No. There was a practice that was upheld by the Spartans, but it wasn't human sacrifice. They had a very rigid society where you had to have a significant utility to be a part of that society, and if when you were born, they inspected you and you were judged as being incapable of survival, oftentimes they would be rid of you.
They'd euthanize you?
They would euthanize you. Like if you were grossly deformed, or it looked like you wouldn't be able to survive childhood, because especially with males, they were put through a rigorous training, basically preparing them to be soldiers.
Agamemnon's daughter, wasn't that a sacrifice story?
Perhaps. I mean, that's one interpretation, but it definitely wouldn't have been a widespread practice. I mean, I'm sure they could have used it as a as an allegorical tale, but it wasn't something that was used in religious practices, at least not for very, very many centuries.
No, I mean, but I'm just thinking, you know, maybe it's because of my archetypal kind of predisposition here, and also I had a professor in my undergraduate who was he was from Greece, and he used to always talk about the Greek stories, and it seemed like they really, I mean, he just really honored a lot of these stories as being, you know, informative, you know, based on, you know, in this case, human sacrifice.
Well, there's stories like in Homer where I forget who it is. Doesn't what's the main guy's name? He attempts to sacrifice his daughter to get wind for his ship. But the goddess actually like fakes it out, like replaces her with an animal or something like that. What am I thinking of? Is that in the Odyssey? Someone's gotta know. Come on.
It's been a while since I've read it.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact scene, but something like that. Like his ships are stuck in the bay, he can't get out, so he sacrifices his daughter to get wind. Sacrifices the daughter to some goddess to get wind for the ships, but the goddess saves the daughter and like transforms a doe to look like the daughter or something like that. I forget all the details, but that's the gist of it. Yeah, Iphigenia. Thank you, Ruben.
Yeah, Iphigenia. That's the one I was thinking of.
I crashed. Did everyone crash or just me?
No, just you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thanks, Ruben. I couldn't think of her name. Yeah, Agamemnon and Clytemnestra.
Yeah. I mean, I probably heard about Iphigenia every 2 weeks from my political science professor.
But it's not really a sacrifice. I mean, it's like a fake. It's a ruse, basically.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but it says, I'm reading my encyclopedia here, it says Artemis demanded that Iphigenia should be sacrificed.
Right, but she actually doesn't do that. It's just like an attempt. She's trying to fool Agamemnon so that she can get Iphigenia, because he doesn't actually end up sacrificing Iphigenia. Artemis replaces her with a doe or something like that.
Hey, Doug, I can't find you anything really scholarly in the limited amount of time for getting you an answer in this chat. But going to Wikipedia, which is an easy place to go, but not necessarily most reliable,
Oh, I like wikis.
it says that birth control and abortion are well documented in Mesopotamia and ancient Egypt, and it's talking about like the 16th century BC, which is right about the same time we were talking about with with human sacrifices and being referred to in the Bible.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I'm just wondering, was there a connection between
But you're claiming that people
sacrifice.
just wanted children all the time, and that and that abortion or birth control would have been rare. It's just not borne out by the facts.
Well, what I was wondering is there a connection between the practice of abortion and, say, killing deformed children or whatever, and institutionalized child sacrifice?
My hypothesis is that the institutionalized sacrifice is a way of making it more palatable and more socially acceptable.
I wonder if the same thing was going on with the Incas and Mayans. God, that guy looks familiar. Who is that, Frank?
That's Carl. Carl Jung.
Oh, okay, yeah. Look at that pipe. What a gentleman.
What a crazy fucker.
He was a little bit crazy. There's no denying that.
That's why I love him.
Yeah.
I like all the crazy ones for the most part, except for Charles Manson.
Someone once described Charles Manson to me, and I don't agree with it, by the way, as an extremely intelligent man with an unfortunate crazy streak.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
I actually wouldn't doubt that. No, that sounds extremely plausible to me. Of course, I don't follow him well enough to really know him that well, though.
He just seems just totally crazy to me.
You mean you don't have him followed on Twitter?
No. No, I think it's an act that he does, though, and I think it takes a particular kind of genius to get acts that are that crazy.
Well, he obviously at least had some kind of charisma to talk other people into killing, etc.
He had some really good leadership qualities.
Short
term.
term.
Wait, I'm sorry. My brain skipped a gear. I was thinking of Marilyn Manson for some reason.
What?
Yeah, I forgot you said Charles Manson. For some reason, I was thinking in my head the crazy singer Marilyn Manson. I'm sorry.
That's quite a mix-up.
That's a little different. Does anybody know anything about this guy?
I can't see my screen. Philo of Alexandria. Yep.
Yeah.
I need to read that one of these days. How much? Send me your copy when you're done with it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've been holding it for 20 years and haven't gotten to the 12th page.
All his works are available for free on the internet.
Yeah, I still got a complete works of Josephus that it's been read through, but not by me. I actually loaned it to somebody else, and he read all the way through it, but I haven't really started it myself yet.
I heard
Antiquities of the Jews just skipped the whole first half where it's just a long exegesis of
rehash of the Old Testament. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting seeing how his interpretation of some stuff actually differs from the Old Testament itself and from the Septuagint, though. So it's actually it'd be nice reading those in parallel. Actually reading the Septuagint and the Masoretic text in parallel with Josephus and seeing the differences.
Yeah.
And possibly he had access to a different text that we don't have today. I mean, a different textual recension. So I mean, it could get interesting.
I don't know how much different it would have been because he was after the Dead Sea Scrolls.
I heard Philo was essential reading, but I'm not sure why. Because
of his influence on Christianity.
Well, he's. But how much of one? I mean, is it?
So the whole Logos Christology in John, that comes straight out of Philo.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Well, I'll have to get my ass in there then.
It's almost word for word.
Really?
Yeah, in a couple spots, yeah.
How about this one?
Sorry, I have to look again. Who's it by? I've never seen that.
A dialogue with the Savior. Some monk of the Eastern Church.
I'm thinking it's a hoax.
Come on, Wayne. Be nice.
Who is that nun or woman that wrote that about the vision she had, her dream of Jesus' passion, and it was like super gory, and that was kind of the basis of the Passion of the Christ, Mel Gibson's movie. His depiction of the Passion was based off of her super graphic.
Is it Teresa of Avila?
Could have been. I just don't remember the name.
This one.
I have a Bible question that I don't want to save for the other hangout because it's too insignificant of a question, but it's just something I thought just struck my attention the other day, and I thought it was interesting. It's what should the correct translation of 1 Samuel 13:1 be?
That's what I was always wondering.
It's just really crazy how different the King James Version versus the NIV versus like the New Revised Standard Version are.
I'm going to see.
What does the passage say? I don't remember what it says.
1 Samuel 13:1. It's about when Saul started his reign as king, about how many years had been relevant to that. The reason I say it that way is because the Hebrew is missing words in it, and the translators insert words that aren't there. And it's not like they're missing non-essential words. I mean, the sentence does not make sense in the Hebrew. And the Septuagint does not even have it at all. So all the English translations either leave blanks or they just guess at the words.
13:1?
Yeah, 1 Samuel 13:1.
Saul was blank, blank, blank years old when he became king, and he reigned blank, blank.
Yeah, so you've got a translation that's honest and actually leaves it blank.
Yeah, that's the Catholic New American. I just bought it for $3 the other day.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the King James, if I remember right, I'm not getting confused with the NIV. I think one of them says 30 years and 42 years, and they just pull the numbers out of thin air.
That's always good.
I just thought that was curious, so I ran into it the other day. I finally ordered the new book on, I think it's Crossan's books on parables. I just forgot the title.
Oh, yeah.
I found it cheap enough on Amazon that I bought it used.
Oh, good. Yeah,
the subtitle is How Parables About Jesus, by Jesus came parables about Jesus. I got it backwards. How parables by Jesus became parables about Jesus.
So that's not his new book?
Are you talking about Crossan's book?
I'm getting the title messed up still, but yeah, I just ordered it the other day. I haven't gotten it yet.
Yeah, it's good. You'll like it. You'll like it. It's
What's the
really
correct
good.
title again? 'Cause I'm being stupid and can't remember.
I thought it was something like The Power of Parable.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, Power of Parable. And the subtitle I got wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, because he just looks at Jesus' whole life as a parable.
Yep.
And curiously, he's still a historicist, even though he thinks pretty much virtually the entire story is Old Testament reinterpreted.
Yeah.
I actually paid a little bit more than the $5 that I told people I was buying for my used books, but that one I found for $8 online, autographed. It was
Ooh,
actually new.
nice.
I actually got it new for $8 autographed
Wow, sexy.
from a used book seller, but they were selling it new. Yeah, I don't know how.
Tells you what the market value of a cross autograph is.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll have to see when I get it what the autograph looks like, you know. But
Yeah.
Bruce Metzger.
I have 2 of his books.
Has he passed away?
You know, I'm not sure. I want to say no, but he could have.
I think he did.
yeah, Metzger book. I started reading that, but I was actually very less impressed after I read half of it than I was, you know, when I first got it.
Was it the
No, I'm thinking of Bruce J. Molina. I'm getting names confused like bad today. I'm thinking Bruce J. Molina's book, not Metzger's book.
Yeah.
Yeah, the good one he has is the text of the New Testament, its transmission and development, or something like that.
Yeah,
forget
that
the
I
exact
like. I
name.
have like the first edition of it, though. I don't have the newer editions.
That's Crossan when he was a little boy.
Let me see. Sorry.
You can only see half of him how you're holding it before.
Well, I just want you to see his
Oh, yeah. Looks like him. Looks like Crossan.
Yeah.
when he was a priest.
Yep.
Oh, speaking of which, I heard from Hitchens that I didn't realize Stalin went to seminary.
Yep. He did indeed.
Holy shit.
Darwin did too.
That's another one of Crossan's.
And didn't he later go to a cemetery?
Yeah, I think so.
Very good, Wayne. Woo!
Sorry, this is a death-themed evening, I think.
Wayne's on a roll tonight.
Another Crossan book. More Crossan.
You're actually holding him so close to the camera that we can only see like a crop of the book, not the whole cover.
I'm trying my best, Wayne.
You hold it a little further away, like a foot further away. And up a little higher. Yeah, that's good. Still can't see the author's name at the bottom, but you said it was Crossan.
Yeah, it's my boy Crossan.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
Your favorite biblical scholar?
He is. I haven't run across one I respect more. I don't always agree with him, but his methodology is just so well researched. You know, I have to respect him.
Yeah, I need to read him more.
I think he's pretty far out there on some of his stuff, but it's fun to read.
He's the man.
Oh.
I got to actually talk to Bob Funk on the phone. And I've got this book by Bob Funk.
Bob Funk sounds like the name of a radio DJ.
Oh yeah.
Does, huh?
Bum chicka wow wow, chicka wow, bum
Show us
chicka
more
wow
of your funky
wow.
books.
This is Bob Funk.
He was funny because I sent them $100 a month so I would get all the information from the Jesus seminar. And he goes, "You sure you want all this information?" I was like, "Yeah, I want all this information."
And what? He got you all the minutes or something?
Yeah, like all the texts that they were
Using.
reviewing. So yeah, I couldn't read Greek, but I could use my lexicons and interlinears to kind of get what they were talking about, and then I their discussions obviously were in English. So it's basically a transcript of their deliberations.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. And I'm only on page 50 of this one. And there's this one. And this one's hilarious. Have you guys ever heard of this book?
I've heard of it. Don't remember what it's about, but yes, I've
Yeah,
heard
I've
of it.
heard of it too.
Tell us what it's about.
Again, it's one of many that I haven't read through. I'm only like up to page 100, but it's
What's
really
the back cover say?
But it's
the age of Aquarius. Sorry.
no, it's kind of like it's just kind of like these imagined stories of what Jesus could have done that has nothing to do with the Gospels. He just kind of puts him in these different situations and what would Jesus have done, kind of a thing.
Oh, following the gospel tradition of writing more fictions about Jesus. Yes, it's a long time honored tradition.
Yeah.
So, Jesus fan fiction?
There's a lot out there. I read a fucking awesome book. Oh, I'm not gonna remember the name now. Hold on.
New Testament.
Yeah, it's called
Total
Lamb.
that.
Lamb, the Gospel According to Biff, Christ's Childhood Pal.
I have that book. Somebody gave it to me. I haven't finished
it's
reading it yet,
so-
but I have it.
So funny.
I think I have a sequel to it also.
It's like a parody, kind of like some of the really bizarre.
Yeah, that's sitting on the fiction section of the bookshelf. I kind of forgot that I had it until you brought it up again.
Yeah, it's like a parody of some of the like the child gospels, child Jesus.
Yeah.
Was a pseudo gospel Matthew has a child
Yeah,
Jesus,
nice.
doesn't it? Yeah.
Ancient Jesus fan fiction.
Right, but this one's recent. That's really
Yeah, exactly.
Funny. Yeah.
Lamb sounds like a Christian folk metal band.
I may have told you guys this before, but so I don't know who's here that hasn't already heard this before. But I'm not really that much of a fiction writer, so I'll probably never do it. But if I ever was going to write my own fake gospel, one of the miracles I'd have Jesus do is just spontaneously change what day of the week it is.
Nice. I like that. That's a good one. It's Monday. No, it's Tuesday.
Does he have to say it like that?
Yeah. Jesus, it's Tuesday.
That means Frank got my joke, so I'm happy.
It's
The whole point being, like, how would you tell?
Jesus made it Tuesday.
So you guys are a laugh riot.
The Sabbath was yesterday. How can it be Tuesday?
Oh yeah. It's good stuff.
Is there anything else on your guys' minds?
Trying to think. Nothing's popping into my head. What about you guys?
Not much.
Yeah, I got a Bible question. This is something I should probably just look up somewhere else. I was looking at the Bible and audiobook the other day, and I missed something in the story, and I reread it a couple times, grabbing it in print to reread it, and I still couldn't see what was going on in the story. But it seems like an obvious point that I might be just really stupid and too tired when I was reading it, because I don't see how I could have missed it. Why was God mad at Saul? What did Saul do wrong that Samuel, rebuked him?
He left somebody alive. God told him to kill every fucking breathing thing, and Saul was stupid enough to leave somebody alive.
Yeah, that's in a different chapter than I was looking at, though. Yeah, that's why I probably should be listing this stuff when I'm half asleep.
No, God, when he says kill everybody, he means everybody. He doesn't want anyone left alive.
I guess the thing I didn't catch was the point where he was given the commandment in the first place, I guess, is what I missed. I didn't see that actually specified.
Yeah, it was pretty much...
Samuel said that he didn't follow the commandment of God, but I didn't see where the commandment was actually issued, is what I was missing.
Yeah, Reuben corrected me a little bit on my summation of it one time, but it pretty much comes down to that.
Wasn't it something to do with oh no, I'm thinking of King David, where he does a troop census.
Like what it struck me was that the story has him being punished for not following God's command, but I just missed where in the text is it where the command was given. That's what I couldn't find. And that just struck me as strange.
I'm reading here on this website, it says, it doesn't seem from the text that Samuel was angry because Saul didn't wait the period of 7 days, because it seems Samuel came later than expected, but he was angry because Saul offered up the burnt offering, which he had instructed that he would have done.
Yeah, that makes more sense. It's just it seems to the text is emphasizing the fact that Saul didn't keep the commandment of God, and yet I'm going back in the text and I still can't find where it's actually specified. Mm-hmm. It just seems like weird storytelling,
Definitely.
Well, that wouldn't be unusual for the Bible.
Woo! Oh yeah. Fucking stories.
Oh, Grandpa and his stories.
Exactly.
Back in my day, we had to wait 7 days before we could have a burnt offering.
In my day, when God said kill everyone, we killed everyone.
But they were planning to kill all the animals, though, as a sacrifice to Yahweh, just not as just not on the battlefield.
Yeah. Everyone. What? Kill. I think it's in Judges where almost like in every chapter, like 3 times a chapter, it says something like, and the Spirit of the Lord came upon him or whatever, and the next thing you know, somebody's being killed. It's never like the Spirit of the Lord came upon them and they gave they gave hungry people something to eat. No, the Spirit of the Lord came upon them and they beat the shit out. Or that they may know that I am the Lord. Okay, what does he do? He kills everybody. That's nice.
Yeah, I think that has a
You
lot.
you sound like Marcion.
Oh,
That's exactly what I was going to say, Doug.
I'm Marcion up the wazoo when it comes to Old Testament. I disagree with him on the miracles. I think Jesus, if he's the Son of God, then he can create miracles. Did he walk on the water? I don't know. I don't really care. But if he's the Son of God, he can do whatever the hell he wants.
But I don't think that.
I agree with him on his Old Testament criticism. I totally agree with.
Yeah, but I don't think Marcion necessarily started the idea of having the gospel being different from the Old Testament. I think the gospels themselves, we have like the Gospel of Mark, intentionally transvaluates the Old Testament stories. Tries to take very similar stories to the Old Testament, but give them a better outcome or better moral standing to them. And I think Mark was written, decades before Marcion's time.
Very good. But trying to square Jesus' message with the Old Testament God is like freaking schizophrenia. I just don't get it.
It's called progressive revelation. Haven't you ever heard of it?
Yeah, that's what they say. I just don't buy it.
Well, my pink Aswan granite obelisk is not tall enough.
I also don't buy the fact that it wasn't until the Gospel of John that Jesus was given his divine nature in the Gospels, because all the Gospels present him as being, uniquely gifted by God. It's just when you get to John, there's more of a developed, like you were saying, a Christology that could be, influenced by Philo or whatever. But all the way from Q all the way up to John, Jesus is always presented as, otherworldly. So I don't buy the recent authorship that tries to say that Jesus grew in divinity as the Gospels progressed, because for the most part he was always presented as otherworldly. It was just more codified and new narratives created in John.
Yeah, I don't see it like that. I mean, I don't think there's any reference to his divinity at all in the Synoptics.
What?
Yeah, zero.
How can he not be divine if he's creating these miracles?
Was Elijah divine? Was Elisha divine?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, well, I mean, obviously he had some special, I'm not saying he was merely just some random dude. I just don't think he was on the level of being a divine figure, something in the pantheon, if you will.
Yeah, no incarnational theology yet.
Yeah, but isn't as early as Mark, isn't he predicting his death and resurrection?
Yeah, but I mean, prophets predicted too, but they're not necessarily divine.
Yeah, but they didn't predict the death and resurrection. I mean that whole Christology thing I think is overblown. There's definitely a progression. Obviously, you know, you don't have any "I am the bread of life" and those "I am" statements like you do in John, but uh, you know, I purposely read Mark, Luke, and Matthew specifically looking for him not to be presented as divine, and I didn't see it. To me, it seemed all divine to me.
Yeah, I don't see it there at all. I just think he's presented as a, a very high status prophet, essentially. Very special and unique prophet of God, but not God.
Well, how about John saying, "I'm not fit to tie his sandals"?
Again, he's just a very high status prophet. He's the most important prophet ever, you could even say. But there's nowhere in the synoptics where he's equated with God.
How about the virgin birth idea?
Same deal.
You don't see that as being divine?
Well, I mean, maybe you could call him a demigod at the most, because I think the virgin birth definitely comes from like Greek influence. If they're even talking about that, I mean.
Oh, I mean, I know I'm not looking at them as historical evidence. I'm just saying the stories themselves to me to be. Uh,
No, I
you
know
know,
what you're saying. Yeah, I'm talking about the stories too.
but even in Q, I was reading Q, and it's just like these things are not like just prophetic things. These are like divine stories.
The only place where I think you could make an argument that he's really special and perhaps even possibly divine is when they're in the boat and the storm is going and they're like, "Oh, are you just gonna let us die?" And he calms the storm. You know, who is this man? He can even control the weather, you know. But I don't know. I just don't think it. I don't think if we didn't have the Gospel of John, I don't think anyone would ever have come up with Jesus as God.
Well, Paul predates John.
Yeah, but I don't think he has that kind of Christology either. I think he has a subordinate Christology where Jesus is a divine figure, but he's subordinate to God the Father.
Yeah, but that's fine. You can be subordinate and still be divine.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could go along with something like he's like a demigod type of figure. I'm fine with that.
See here in Q, then the devil said to him, "If you are God's son, turn this stone into a loaf of bread." And also, the Holy Spirit came to him as a dove and said, "You are my son."
Yeah, that's the other thing. The Son of God imagery doesn't necessarily denote divinity either. Like David and Solomon were both called that, Son of God.
All right, you're a tough customer. Okay.
I'm not trying to be obtuse. I'm just
No, I respect what you're saying. I didn't see it that way, but now that you're saying it, I get what you're driving at.
it's it's a weird. I think it's a weird thing because you could say I'll categorically state that there's nothing in the synoptics that makes Jesus into God, like being one and the same with God, like John's gospel does.
Wait a minute. No. He says it's in the synoptics where he says, I am who."
No, that's in John. Before Abraham was, I am. That's from John.
It's not in the synoptics at all.
No way, no. And in fact, it's in the synoptics in Mark's gospel where the rich young ruler comes up and says, "Good master, tell me how to inherit eternal life." And he says, "Why do you call me good? Only God is good."
Uh-huh. Well, maybe I should read the book a little more than I've been doing.
I think you could make a decent case that he's kind of like a demigod figure, a very powerful prophet, someone unprecedented, uh, but even maybe like a demigod. I think you could push it that. I think you could have a decent case for that in the synoptics.
Well, I think just the miracles themselves.
Yeah,
To
exactly.
show that God is with him and giving him power.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it's his own intrinsic power.
Yeah, I mean that exactly. That's why I think you could make a respectable case, but it's not the only interpretation. And the other thing too, like with you have an almost explicit adoptionism in Mark, where, well, it's not explicit. I shouldn't say that. It's powerfully implicit, where the dove enters, where you said this, the dove lands up on Jesus, and that's like his proclamation now that he's the Son of God.
Well, what about
that starts his ministry? That starts his miracles.
What about in Matthew when he's referring to himself as Son of Man and saying, sits on his glorious throne?
That's from the Old Testament, where God's anointed Messiah is being referred to.
Yeah, I think that's kind of that he's kind of envisioning himself to be that Daniel figure, basically. Which this whole Son of Man issue is a really unclear issue. There's a lot of complexity to that whole issue.
Well, I know that the title is confusing, but for him to be sitting on the throne, I mean, only God sits on the throne.
Well, isn't he sitting at the right hand of God?
Well, I just happened to just breeze through Matthew there in Matthew 20, where he says he's sitting on the throne.
David and Solomon are supposedly have sat on thrones too. I mean, and with God's support.
Jesus has said. Well, if Jesus is referring to himself as the Son of Man, which I'm sure he is, like, I think, yeah, he's definitely an important figure. And like I said, I think you could even make a case that he's kind of like a demigod type figure. So he would have a seat at the right hand of God in heaven.
All right, how about this? Matthew 16, asking Peter, who do you say that I am? He says, you are the Son of the living God.
Yeah. Yeah, again, I don't think Son of God means you're God. I don't think the title means that. Considering other people in the Old Testament were called that. Obviously, Jesus is way more powerful than them. He's the most powerful and prophet or whatever you want to call him ever. But
I know it's in Acts, but I think it's also in the Synoptic Gospels, but I forget exactly where. But doesn't it say, "This day you have become my son," quoting the Old Testament in Psalms? That would mean a lot of Christians took that adoptionistically to mean that he wasn't eternally the son. That because he obeyed God, God made him a son.
Right. That's at the baptism scene in one of the synoptics, right?
I believe so, but I forget which one.
So, Frank, are you saying that you're seeing in the synoptics that Jesus basically is God, that you can get that out of the synoptics?
Yeah, I mean, I don't get caught up in the Trinitarian aspect of it, but he certainly refers to himself in almost a equal way that prior to him you would think was only held by God. Like I'm looking here in Matthew 11, and he's saying, all things have been committed to me by my Father. No one knows the Son. No one knows the Son except the Father. No one knows the Father except the Son. I mean, he's just putting
all
him,
things committed to him by the Father. I mean, it's not intrinsically his. They were given to him.
Well,
Right.
that's
I think the power is present in him because the
Yeah.
Father's given it to him.
That's more adoptionism.
or how about he says, what's easier to do, to tell the guy to take up your mat and walk, or to forgive him of his sins? And so he does both. I mean, those are kinds of things I would think, are just attributed to God.
Yes, now that's part of the context of the story. But
Or
the fact
no,
what he's saying though is that God has given him that authority.
yeah,
That God isn't the only one with that authority. I am too.
right. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven. Why should we be going to Jesus to enter the kingdom of heaven? We should just be going to God.
Well, Lord, I don't think says it much either, because again, that's just a kingly designation.
No, I mean, outside of the appellation, he's saying that, saying to him, looking to him to enter the kingdom. Why should we be going to Jesus to enter the kingdom unless he's putting himself as sort of a co-laborer with God, is kind of the way I look at it.
Well, he's the Redeemer, for sure. I mean, he's presented as the Redeemer. Although, curiously, he's not in Luke or Acts. But definitely in Matthew and Mark he is. He's died for the forgiveness of sins. He's the Redeemer. But again, I just don't think that's the same as saying he is God. He's obviously sent by God, endorsed by God, given powers by God. He's going to have, he's going to sit at the right hand of God. All that stuff is true, no denying it. It's all in there. But I don't think that's the same as saying he is one and the same with God, the Father.
Yeah, I think another example is, when he says things like, you've heard it said, but I tell you. Only God should be saying that. You used to think this, but really what you should be thinking is this. So for Jesus to be sort of setting the record straight, I mean, that's like basically speaking the word of God that previous to him, that was God's authority to do that, not him.
Well, and look what he's doing, too. Look what he's doing in most of those. He's intensifying the law. He says, you've heard it said that you shall not commit adultery, but I say to you, you shall not even look upon another woman with lust. For if you have, you've already committed adultery in your heart. For a lot of that stuff, he's intensifying the law, taking it further.
Yeah, and in some cases, actually negating the law, like picking wheat on the Sabbath and things like that.
Yeah, because he talks about how David did that. Yeah, I think there's no denying that he's giving a reinterpretation of the law, but it's kind of like what Reuven said. That sounds like basic rabbinic exegesis of the law and etc.
If anyone is ashamed of me and my words, the Son of Man will be ashamed of him when he comes in his Father's glory. It's like, who cares what Jesus says unless he's divine? You know what I'm saying? To me, like the synoptics to me are just filled with examples of him putting himself as sort of the gatekeeper and the the main God's main reflection in the world. I don't see it as, I see it as more of a developed Christology in John, but I see all the seeds of it are in the synoptics.
Hold on, I'm typing something in the room.
Yeah, I really appreciate what you're saying, Frank, and it actually does sound like you thought through this quite a bit.
Well, I've read the frickin' shit over and over again, so But I get what Doug is saying too. But to me, and like because I read people like Crossan and Borg and Funk, then it forced me to go into the book and see, well, what the hell are they talking about here? And I've just never found their views to be justified. Now, as historians, they could look at form criticism, and they could determine what was most likely said earlier, and who influenced who, and what is more of a defensible thing that we can actually attribute to Jesus. And I get all that, and that's why I respect them. But as far as them just like dismissing him as being presented as divine, I don't find it. I find like more examples to the contrary.
Well, let me ask you this: do you think like the Archangel Michael is divine?
I don't really have an opinion on Michael the Archangel.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously he's from like a heavenly realm, right? He's not a human.
Yeah.
And he does duties for God and is given powers by God, right? Even miraculous powers.
Yeah, I don't really know many stories about him, but okay.
Well, he's in the book of Daniel. But you wouldn't say though that because he's in heaven with God, has miraculous powers given to him, what we would call miraculous powers granted to him or by God, etc. You wouldn't though say that the Archangel Michael is God, right? And I think that's all you can say that the synoptics are saying. Jesus is definitely a very special and unique figure. He's God's chosen one, if you will. He's imbued by God with unprecedented power, ability to do things, miracles, unprecedented miracles. He's going to get a special place in heaven with God. All that's in there. He is the Redeemer. It's through his sacrifice that he's redeemed humanity. But I don't think all that, even if you take all that for granted, which you're right, it's in there, I don't think that's saying the same thing as Jesus is God.
No, I agree with that. I've never been comfortable with the Jesus is God stuff.
Right. Okay. I thought that you were saying, yeah.
No, I'm more along the lines of him basically saying, he's the anointed one sent by God, and that if you know Jesus, you know God. I mean, you don't really say that about Moses. You don't say that about Michael the Archangel. You don't say that about Ezekiel. The Gospels say that about Jesus. Like, the high priest asked him, "Are you the Christ, the Son of the Blessed One?" And Jesus says, "I am. And you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of the Mighty One and coming on the clouds of heaven." I mean, that sounds fairly ascendant to me,
That particular verse, I forget which gospel that was from again, but I kind of take that on two different levels. I think the gospel writer who is writing that knows that, taken literally, that it's fiction. I mean, it's fictional that Jesus on earth actually said that. But I think he actually really does believe that what Jesus is saying is what he believes will come to pass. If that makes any sense. He has a fictional character basically saying the truth in the author's mind.
Yeah, I mean,
that the author actually envisioned his Jesus as being that heavenly being to come.
Right, but that's my point.
The gospel itself is like just a fictional parallel to that.
Yeah, but that's my point. Is I think the synoptics are full of those kinds of images. You don't have to wait till you get to John before you see Jesus being depicted in that exalted, ascendant state. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of that myself, like you're saying. Yeah. But I don't think the gospel writers actually went in that much detail. And I think the question of whether Jesus was God or not is really not a question they were asking when they were writing the text.
there's a couple really good books too. Like one Dr. Price always recommends about the Son of Man stuff. It's not clear that he's referring to himself. I think there's a couple spots where it seems like he is, like he does a healing and he says, you know, the Son of Man has the power to forgive sins on earth. But it seems like there's places where it seems like he's referring to the Daniel figure, but then it seems like there's places where he's just referring to people, just regular humans. But anyway, there's a book, I think this is the one that he always mentions, by Maurice Casey, with C-A-S-E-Y, called Son of Man, The Interpretation and Influence of Daniel 7, which goes over a lot of that stuff, like exactly how it's used and what it means where. Because a lot of the Son of Man stuff is really, it's not clear. It's one of the biggest, like, in all of scholarship, it's one of the biggest cloudy areas. Like, it's not clear how he's using it, what he means by it exactly. It's a real, like, foggy concept, even in the Gospels. Well, just in the Gospels. Does Paul even refer to Jesus as the Son of Man ever? I don't think he does.
I don't think
so. I got one quick biblical question. I don't want to change the subject too much, but I find it a little bit interesting. Why is it so special if Jesus is born of a virgin when others, such as, you know, Joshua in the Old Testament, was the son of none?
Oh, man. Good one. Did not see that one coming.
no, that was blindsided.
What I want to know is, why didn't Aaron inherit the scepter from Moses? Why was it Joshua?
Well, Aaron was responsible for the idolatry.
But wasn't he the proper successor?
Yeah, but he fucked up. They threw in this. They put in the gold, and then out came this calf. Oh, Aaron bit the big one. Like Jesus, they're talking about you know, driving out demons. Jesus says, "Don't stop him. No one who does a miracle in my name can, in the next moment, say anything bad about me." So clearly, he's putting himself, you know, at the level of God. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, I might. Aaron said. Reuben said Aaron dies before Moses. You idiot! Actually, I added that last part, but let me find what I'm. There was a footnote when I was reading Deuteronomy that was talking about this. Let me make sure I'm not confusing the names here. I'll be right back. But yeah, I do need to read the Torah some more. I've only read it completely twice now, and separated by like years, so.
Once is enough.
Not for me. I have to read stuff like at least a dozen times before a lot of it really starts to stick.
Yeah, I don't want that stuff to stick.
Okay, where does he basically endorse Joshua and Deuteronomy? 30 something?
Who is this that even the wind and the waves obey him?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier from Matthew.
Yeah, I got that from Mark.
Yeah, Matthew expands that whole story.
Oh yeah, they're expanders, all right. Have you guys ever heard of Bullinger?
It's a person, right?
Yeah, I got this book a long time ago. It's called Figures of Speech by E.W. Bullinger. But it's so like it's so specific and gets into the Greek so heavy that
Does he have another book on biblical numerology?
yes,
Yeah, he's one of those crackpots. Okay.
yeah. But I mean, yeah, it's not only Greek; it's also in the Hebrew. So it's I don't know enough about the original languages. I never got into that one too much. Not a fan of numerology, huh, Wayne?
I like numbers, but numerology, no. He also has another book on interpretations of like stars and constellations in the Bible, but it's not a good one like Bruce Lee Molina's book. Bollinger's one is just completely crackpot.
Oh my gosh, that's terrible. How dare you?
Where's this darn footnote?
The Novum Testamentum.
You look at the end of your leg?
That's like looking under the street lamp for your keys, right?
The easiest place to look. Light's best there.
Here, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to Deuteronomy and look up Joshua.
What are you looking up? Why Aaron shit the bed?
No. I'm obviously getting him mixed up because, yeah, he died before Moses died, so...
Well, Frank.
Like Reuben said.
Well, Frank, that depends.
Wayne, you missed your chance. Kevin got in on it.
I'm eating too.
You missed it.
That's the best time to make a shit joke. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
I went to a used bookstore this week and got 4 books for $11. Yay!
That's awesome.
Yep, Elaine Pagels, The New American Bible, The God Delusion, and a book by William F. Buckley talking about his faith in God.
Seems worth that much for those, yeah.
Oh, that's harsh. It was the best I could find. I'm actually enjoying The God Delusion.
He makes some great points, but I think overall that book doesn't deserve all the acclamation it's gotten.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm kind of noticing that just after watching some debates that occurred, while he was promoting it. He's sitting there and he's reading from the book like verbatim, like page after page, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Even though I like his depiction of the Old Testament ogre, I like his litany of immoral acts is kind of fun.
I think he'd be one who'd really benefit quite a lot from having more biblical criticism under his belt, which he doesn't have.
No, I agree. I agree with that. People say the same thing about Hitchens.
You're right back again.
All right, again. Yeah. The God of the Old Testament is arguably the most unpleasant character in all fiction, jealous and proud of it, petty, unjust, unforgiving, a control freak, vindictive, bloodthirsty, ethnic cleanser, misogynistic, homophobic, racist, infanticidal, genocidal, filicidal, pestilential, megalomaniacal, sadomasochistic, capriciously malevolent bully. I agree with that. Kevin, I hope I didn't rain on your parade tonight. I'd rather listen to you than listen to me, but I guess I got carried away.
That's cool. Don't you worry about it.
Because I just rehash the same little shit every week. Doug, do you like indie music, alternative stuff?
A little bit, a couple bands.
There's a new band I like a lot. Or they've been around for a couple of years. They're called Alt J, ALT-J.
Yeah, I haven't heard of them.
I haven't heard of them yet either. I like some of that stuff, yeah.
Yeah, you might want to check them out. Almost most of their stuff I hear is I find quite inventive. So Wayne, you don't like Elaine Pagels? Is that what you're trying to say? Wayne?
Come again? How did you get that from what I said?
Because you said my four books were probably worth $11.
No, I said they're worth more than 11. I said you got a good deal.
Oh, I thought you were trying to say, yeah, that's all those books are worth.
Well, Elaine Pagels is one of the reasons they're worth more. I think the Dawkins book is worth less, and just getting a straight Bible is probably, you can get those for a couple $1 a piece. They're so commonplace.
Well, I usually don't run across a New American, so I wanted something with the Apocrypha in it, and it was only $2.50.
But I was basically putting down Dawkins' book when I said that.
Oh, okay. How about his other books, like The Selfish Gene?
When he's in his own field, he's excellent, and I love that book.
Yeah. Seems like people should just stay in their fields, right?
Interdisciplinary studies are good, but you have to know both disciplines well to do that, and he doesn't.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. He does come off a little weak. Certainly Price Price would do, get more probably support based on what he knows. Is Price is he a Greek? Is he a Greek scholar?
Yeah, he reads Greek, yes.
Yeah.
His pre-Nicene New Testament has some of his own translation of the New Testament works in it.
Uh-huh. Mm.
I'm gonna find this stinking footnote if it takes me all night.
Oh my gosh, Doug, you were going at it like crazy. It's like a needle in a haystack.
How can you lose a footnote? You mean you can't find where in the text it's cited from, or you can't find the note itself?
I can't find the note itself because I don't remember which passage it was a note for.
Oh yeah. Wayne, did you get everything you wanted for Christmas?
No, we don't want to talk about that.
Oh, I'm sorry. You wanted those pink bunny slippers, right?
That too.
Yeah.
Maybe it was in Numbers.
Poor Doug.
Yeah, let me look at Numbers.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah.
Ruben wants to know how soon you think you can find it, because he's thinking of taking us off of live.
Oh, you can go off alive. Oh, it's not important.